Mic check. What up? What up? What's up? Big shout out to everybody out there. Welcome. Appreciate everybody showing up for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to everybody out there on the back straight. Big shout out to my man Tom Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man Dreadlock in the house. What up, fam? My man's in there, self-made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Sam Hobbs in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Derek Lockett in the house. What up, though? ODG Bulldogs in the house tonight. What up, fam? Talk of the City Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My homie, Mr. 216 in the house. What up, fam? The almighty ones in the house. What up, fam? My man, longtime supporter, the one and only Mr. David Morse in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. Ethan Brown in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. Chico Sellers in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? The one and only Mr. Eli Monsters in the hills. What up, fam? Yo, can't stop, won't stop, my man in the hills. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. William McNeil's in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight for this Talk Shit Tuesday. What up? Appreciate everybody for showing up. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. I see you. Big shout out to all my people in the hills. See if I missed anybody out here. You see here what we got here. Big shout out to my man, the one and only Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my mans and them over there at, you see here. Future Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Penny Stacker, I see you, fam. Hey, appreciate everybody for showing up. You know, this is one of them kind of conversations, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, you know, we have all our opinions and everything, you know how when it comes to trying to classify these bulldogs, everybody gonna have their opinions. But everybody, you know, back in the day was always looking for, you know, certain traits that they always wanted out of their dogs, you know? I think everybody wanted the gameness part. You know, gameness was like one of them things that was automatic. Mouth, pretty much automatic. Styles, everybody had their different opinions on styles. But out of all the traits, I think, you know, mouth was the hardest thing to try to maintain dealing with these bulldogs. You know, and maybe that's my opinion. Because for us, and remember we was, you know, one of our mentors was, you know, Mama McNasty, them. They were known for hard-mouthed dogs. And I guess we got stuck into that trait. You know, a hard mouth, you know, kind of went with us and our way of thinking because we always wanted to have killers, you know. We was just into, you got a hard mouth and you got a killer. We wouldn't care how much gameness you had. But over the years and back in that time period and being able to see a lot of matches, you know, I got a chance to see a lot of good dogs going into hard-mouthed dogs and seeing some hard-mouthed dogs going into some average-mouthed dogs that was game as hell. That brings me to when a good one that we seen when Champion Bo went into the Abrahams, McNasty Roadblocks. Champion Bo went into the Abrahams King David dog. Now, Bo was known for having a hard mouth, for those who don't know. But King David was a game-ass dog. And how can I say he was game? Because he had, I think, a shoulder blown out in 30, the other one blown out at 45. The dog was still scratching, y'all, like on nubs. You know, he was using the pit wall to get in, to go down, making his scratches, guide him down, you know, to hold him up as he still was making his scratch and still was completing his scratch. And I thought that was just a game-ass dog. You know, it went an hour 27, you know, and you ask Mo about it, Mo think, you know, they could have picked King David up long before they, you know, it ended the way it ended, but because it ended with him just dying. Can't scratch it to a dead dog. But, you know, that was just a game-ass dog. And it was just one of them things when you say, well, okay, I go to show you how tough Bo was because he was still relentless. But then again, you know, mouth, it's important, but man, you get the right type of game dog, you know, and that's what we're talking about, you know, as far as when it came down to us and them Eli dogs, trying to breed for that mouth and having them dogs, and they had all that mouth, but back in our time period, and actually before then, because if you do your research, they always had this Eli dogs. Remember, Bo was the Eli Kobe cross, so they were, they were known for that mouth, and I would truly say that in that King David match, and Bo, even though King David had lost his legs from under him, he had a mouth because he was still, he couldn't move the way he wanted to. But when he got into Bo's back end, he held it and he did damage. And the fact that Bo stayed there with him, and didn't, you would think that Bo would have at some point been the way he was bred. You know how everybody talk. That, based on the damage he was taking. And he had a pretty big hole in his chest too. And that showed Bo's gameness. To me, it was one of Bo's hardest fights. But that takes me back to when I seen Radar Martell. Now you got 2 game dogs, 2 dogs with hard mouths, go over 3 hours and something. And I'm talking about just busted up dogs. So, it's kind of hard to see, which way it turned, because if you think about it, Bo didn't really produce nothing. You go back and you look at Grand Champion Joey, and think about some of his 6 wins he had, and another good. I think Joey was Saloon. Eli something, but I know he was a saloon bred dog. But even with him, you would try to reproduce Joey, and Joey never really produced himself. Which is one of them things where how do you maintain, how do you maintain that mouth trait? And over the years, at least for us, we tried to keep to a certain formula, even when we was outcrossing. And breeding program, it can be a very tricky situation because, you talk to a lot of people, and a lot of, everybody has their views on how to maintain something. You just can't count the bitch out. Bitches really mean a lot to maintaining certain traits. And in our situation, you notice we dealt with a lot more bitches on the yard than we did with males. Remember, we was always taking our bitches out, breeding them to different bloodlines of males, still try to maintain what we were having already in our bitches. Sometimes it worked out, but not sometimes, a lot of times, because we try to keep to a certain format. And then if you look at it, what we were creating, other people was able to stay, like, maintain that and still get the same results we were getting. But we put so much emphasis on the females, and we're very particular about the males. And our dogs were known for hard mouths. In order to be to go in and crush some shit, and like we was, we wasn't never trying to go an hour. We had to be bringing more than just talent. We was bringing a mouth. That's why you always hear, certain things that we always try to keep in our dog's blood. Tell you, try to put that at least 75% of that was going to be in that female. We was looking to preserve that part of it, because the mouth, again, had to come from one end. And not all the males that we bred into were known for hard mouths. But most of our bitches that we were breeding were known for hard mouths. So maybe that's one of the reasons we was able to maintain the trait as far as the mouth, and then some of the other traits as far as the gameness and the ability, you know, we kept as far as the males that we were going into. I mean, we were actually breeding too. So, you know, when Mo get in, he gonna get into that a little bit deeper because again, there's history is gonna show, what worked and what didn't work. You know, there was good traits and there were bad traits, but when it came down to that mouth trait was a hard trait to maintain. And dealing with those Eli dogs, and that I still have to throw them rascal dogs right in there with those Eli dogs because again, we had Eli dogs and then we had rascal dogs, we had Bosco dogs. I think the only thing I don't think we really fucked with was those Boyles dogs. But Mo would know that a little bit better than me. But I was really up on a lot of that rascal shit because it was around in our area at the time dealing with Pope because, he was a rascal man. So got a chance to see how that shit worked. And that was like one of the downfalls for us dealing with them because even though they were good dogs, you still had that one issue of you was gonna get a good hour plus, but sometimes it takes more than just that mouth to get you over the hump when you're dealing with a gamer. And I say that because one of our losses actually was with Dusty that I completely remember. She bit a dog down. But around that, I think the hour four, that match went 2 hours and 35 minutes. But at the hour 40 something, it was like she had did so much damage to the dog, but it was just a game ass dog. And it's like her mouth wasn't there no more. It was like she couldn't, I'll just put it like this, she wasn't a finisher, basically. And that was, that was one of the things that we seen prior to that long match. But again, because of her mouth, she did the first time out, she was real impressive. But Mo would always say, that was his thing about her and those rascal dogs. Because remember, we had Ratchet, we had let's see, it was Ratchet, and it's another one outside of Ratchet. Gosh, what was his name? Joe Red was one of them rascal dogs. He was like, Ratchet was a good dog, but so was Joe Red. But remember that time clock I was telling you. See, it wasn't Ratchet on the time clock, it was Joe Red on the time clock. And again, great dogs, great mouth, pretty much bred the same, but we was trying to get away from the time clock issue. And trust me, that's one of the reasons why we end up getting away from the Rascal dog. And I think we did have some dogs directly off of Rascal Jr. So we dealt with a lot of different types and shit. But the key is how do you maintain the mouth when you got it? And how inbreeding can hurt that process. An example was McNasty dealt with a whole lot of that saloon dogs. And he was one of them that would always be like, if anybody was familiar with his interview, and then we knew him personally, that was his complaint. When he was inbreeding the shit, he would have these man eaters, they just they had the mouth, but who gonna be dealing with a man eater when you couldn't trust nobody around them? And that was one of the downfalls that he had dealing with him. And if you remember, Kenny Allen was mixing some of that shit with that tornado bloodline and shit. You already know how we pretty much know how that tornado dog was bred. But even they were putting out some of the man eaters because, you know, McNasty was always saying, you know, damn, them dogs there, man. It's hard to keep them because of they a one man owner, and that's one of the things that you have to just stop and be wondering. All right, how do I maintain it and then be able to maintain it to the point to where I'm not dealing with that other bad part of the bloodline, the man eater part. So it's a toss up, but as time has, you know, time improved it. You know, we still talk about them some to this day about some of these man eaters, and those man eaters are always going to be associated with that mouth because they're going to have that mouth. But that man eater is generally becoming a trait even to this day. But how do you keep maintaining it to where it doesn't affect with that one trait that you're trying to maintain? Breed out the man eater part, but still be able to keep them out. You know, not saying it can't be done because it has been done, but then when it comes down to reproducing, you know, that's the part that really throws, you know, the wrench in the wheel because you got to be able to reproduce that same ability and mouth without losing something. And I think for a breeder, that's just hard to do. You know, back in the day, you know, another thing that I learned that led us to us why we call dogs hard because of that reason, that time clock situation. You know, I got to remember some of the mentors, Mama, Roadblock, Ohio Cash, Hope. These boys, they call dogs hard because they were basically guys who had been around the game long enough and understood the bloodline well enough to put those, what I consider them traits in question, test them when you had a chance to test it for free. Don't fool yourself. You know, Bakari was another one that called hard, very hard. And anybody familiar with Bakari, you know, Bakari had hard biting dogs. I mean, dogs known to have that mouth, but he called them dogs hard. So that's one of them things where we didn't get away from that process. We called dogs real hard. And that was one of the things that we had to see. We had to see what it looked like as a down dog. You know, you might have had all that mouth, but, you know, maybe it wasn't the mouth that we was looking for while we was calling. We wanted to see what it looked like and how you would be when you was the down dog. So that's just one of them things to where we have to understand in the breeding program. And that's why we're going to talk about it because over the years, things have changed. Now you're dealing with the Frisco dogs, the Chinaman dogs, and so many other different breeds back, you know, that I'm not very familiar with now. But over the years, you know, through all the bloodlines, you can basically see what worked and what didn't work over those 30 plus years. And did things really ever change? Did much ever really change? As far as we knew how Eli dogs were, we knew how Rascal dogs was, we know how Jeep dogs are, we know how Jeep Red Boy Jeep Rascal dogs are. So all these different traits that these dogs had, and with all the different mixing and matching that was going on, that some of the faults that they had in the early years, back in the early 90s through 2000s to now, do traits really change that much, even with some of the different inbreedings that have been done over the years and some of the outcrosses that have been done over the years? You know, your history basically shows you the results of what happens, and how it turned out. And again, I'm not very familiar, but just watching some of the dogs that we had that other people had on their yards after they left our yards, a lot of our dogs' traits stayed the same, because they were still able to reproduce themselves. But over the years, even that falls off. And a lot of that I put on just the people who had them. But one of the lessons that I've learned over the years, I think our kennel partner, he was, to me, he's like a Earl Tudor, Floyd Boudreaux type. He's not a spotlight guy, but he understood these concepts. He, he was able to keep and produce the type of dogs that were created to go on hardline. He was still able to produce dogs that were still able to do what our dogs used to do. And I always just looked at how he mixed and matched, because again, it's about what he was using, how he was using it, and what it created, and how he was able to reproduce. And I just wish, we could just go over some of the dogs, but again, we can only stay in our past, and we don't talk about nothing about the now. But in them 20 years, he was behind a lot of these great breedings. And his ability to do that always was going to be based on maintaining that mouth. That, all bullshit to the side. And that's a lot of years, a lot of different breedings, and how he did it and was still able to maintain that one thing. And I always felt that was hard to do, but it's not like it was impossible, because watching him and understanding his concept. Now, understanding his concept is a little bit different after he does what he does. But trying to understand why he does what he does is where, you have to understand that the why. What did you see? And it wasn't just always about the dog. He could go back in the history of those dogs and break it all the way down, why they did this and did this, and why this came to this, and why if I do this to do this, I'm kind of guaranteed to get this. He was one of them kind. And once it was done, he put it to the test, put it in people's hands like us. And was very successful at doing that. But we in the now, so with people not calling and are they still doing the same things that we did back in the day? Who knows? I mean, we're not in that situation, but I can speak on the 20 plus years that we were doing and think back to where we were when we were first coming in, understanding all these different traits, understanding the people, understanding why they were doing what they were doing, understanding why they were having the dogs they were having, and then trying to duplicate that based on what we see them doing, and Mo and our kennel partner going back and forth, trying to keep that situation like that, and then watching what other people were doing. You've seen a lot of great dogs coming up out of that. But mouth wasn't always the thing that made a great dog. Talent and ability and attitude played a major part, I would say, for us around the late 90s when we start putting, a lot more ability and a lot more intensity. And that takes me back to why we went with a lot of that red boy shit and changed our way of thinking when it came down to that red boy shit. Because in the back end, remember we jumped out there and went to Charlie, bought a lot of that Eli, went out and did a lot of getting that ZEBO in there, and then getting with Stone City and getting the best of the buck shit, and then throwing all that together and just playing within that realm with the right dogs. And yeah, it did show the work. But dogs actually certain dogs made that shit work. And I'm not just speaking from just the dog, the product, the dog. I'm talking about the dog itself being able to reproduce itself. And that was the key to a lot of the things we were able to do. To be able to take those traits and reproduce what we were looking for based on what got us to that point. I don't know if people still think that way, but again, I always thought it was one of them a good topic because again, we all have, that certain thing that we all want in our dogs. And it's a matter of wanting it and having it and getting it. It's not always going to be a home run. Production is a must because that's what forwarded the bloodlines. We talk a lot about the red boy Jeep Rascal crosses and what they have been able to do. But then I look at Eminem and Mau Mau from back in the day. And then I got to throw Roadblock in there because all of them pretty much was using the same things. But they stayed consistent. Great dogs and been able to reproduce great dogs. Now, that in itself to me was a task to reckon with, but they were successful at it, which was, that's a feat in itself. And with us trying to just duplicate their way of thinking, helped a lot for what we did. But in the same token, you got to give them dudes their credit due to the fact that this is years and years, and you don't hear, people don't talk about them like they talked about Floyd and Tom because they just really wasn't into selling dogs, But they produce some goddamn great dogs and have been doing it for years, able to produce great dogs for years, and never really got outside what they started with. And they knew how to do it. And I always found that to be amazing, to be able to figure that part out and make it work for you. How do you use that to put it out there to somebody who's new to it? That's real hard to even try to explain. Like, if we knew Tom's secret, and I don't think Tom really has a secret, he just knows the process. When you're selling that many dogs, of course, not all of them gonna work, but that's not meant to work because you have to understand what we were doing is totally different from what Tom is doing. So I don't throw Tom under the bus. I don't get into looking at Tom anymore than what Tom is, and he's just a good breeder of good dogs. You know, in our day, when I look at Mama and Eminem and Roadblock, Stone City, uh, Rick and RC are the So-So Boys, the Havana Boys, the Yankee Boys, all these guys, even Jamie Long. When I look at these guys were, they were breeding game dogs, and their success was always going to be built around a game ass dog. And in order for me to say that, they had to have been matching the damn dogs and had success based on what they was matching. So, that's where the proof in the pudding was for me. But imagine, if they had to sit down and just wanted to be a Tom Gardner, or I can't even say Tutor, because I don't think Tutor is one of them people that I would think was a puppy peddler. And I don't say that as a bad thing. These guys just wasn't into selling dogs. They was into maybe buying dogs, to get what they wanted based on it was something that was going to fit their program. But they really wasn't ever out there trying to sell dogs. And then that always led me back, who sells a good dog? For the right money, yeah, they'll sell it a good dog. But it wasn't something that they was making habits out of. So it's kind of a hell of a conversation to have. But then that's why you have it, because you have a lot of history out there and people who can talk about it, like them St. Benedict dogs, those Cottingham dogs, those Hetrick dogs. Harry Hargrove was a good guy when it came to creating good hard-mouthed dogs. If Harry was trying to be a Tom Garner, I think he would have been a great time. If he was into selling dogs, maybe he might have been a lot more well known than what he was. Because Harry gained his fame in the box and the dogs that he used. True Colors was another one who had a keen eye to get match dogs. True Colors, he wasn't a breeder, but he had a keen eye to get good match dogs and roll with it. And that's why you'll see him a lot of champions, a lot of grand champions. He didn't buy them as champions and grand champions. He was literally making these dogs champions and grand champions. You'll see True Colors' name behind a lot of great dogs. But he wasn't actually doing the breeding. He knew he was one of them that would go around and find that dog and then ride that dog to the end. And he did it with a lot of dogs. So when it came down to the breeding process and understanding what everybody was looking for, everybody wanted the mouth. Everybody. And some of them were successful of learning how to maintain that. I look at some other ones like Southern Kennels, Victor and them. Mayday had a hell of a mouth, but Mayday's mouth wasn't his biggest attribute. It was that intensity. And why I say that part of it, because when I talk about Mayday dogs, we don't really talk about their mouth, even though they had the mouth. It was more of their intensity. It was just their intensity with a mouth put them at a different type of level. I remember 9 Millie, the May May, to Dragon Lady, to Chance, Brat. I mean, that list goes on. Even with Barracuda, you just think about them dogs and their intensity with that mouth. You know, Ice gave them more attributes to the intensity than I gave to the mouth. Because if you're putting your mouth on something, only way that mouth was going to do any justice, you got to be able to put that mouth in the right place. And once you got in the right place, was you just going to just, what you going to do with it? These dogs had a certain type of intensity to be, do damage. Get there and not just be there. They be there to do damage. The intensity that they was coming at, they was going to get there. And when they got there, they did damage. Was mouth actually always the key thing to those Mayday dogs and those yellow dogs? I would always say no, because you never really hear people talk about their mouth. You don't. But you hear them talk about their intensity. But they had great mouths. But their ability to be that level of intensity is what made people talk about them. So, when we talk about mouth, we talking about dogs like Luther, ZEBO. Them was hard mouth dogs. Molly B, hard mouth dog. Chinaman, hard mouth dogs. Why do we call them hard mouth dogs? Because you really wasn't talking about their intensity. You was basically talking about their mouth. They get in there and they close their mouth, and when they come out, they've been there. That's damage. Damage. So that's the difference when I talk about a terrible mouth with dogs like that, because they weren't known for their intensity. They was literally known for when they put their mouth on you, your ass was through. Really through. And then a dog who can bite like that knows how to finish you. It wasn't the intensity they be talking about. I'm talking about a dog that put his mouth on you and then use that same mouth to finish you. So there are different types of mouth dogs. Dogs with mouth, but history shows just through conversation what people talk about when it comes down to mouth. I've heard some people that say Mayday dogs couldn't bite. I've seen Twister, I've seen Hunch, I've seen May May, 9 Millie. I've seen a lot of those dogs, and they could bite. They just wasn't much about how much talent they had. I just always felt that their intensity made it hard for other dogs to keep up when it came down to them and their intensity, and they're putting their mouth on you. That right there is what was making the difference for me. It wasn't, I never really looked at, how hard they was biting. I was always looking at, damn, going 100 miles an hour. And they getting there just doing damage. I'm talking about they get something and, do this nut crazy thing, and the whole time that mouth was going in places, and all of a sudden you just see the opponent withering away. So yeah, they could bite, but the intensity outshine everything else about them compared to ZEBO. You never hear people talk about ZEBO's intensity. You don't hear people talk about Luther or Satan's intensity. You always heard them talk about their mouth. See, Satan was a great dog. But when you talked about Satan, BLB Satan, Grand Champion Satan, you didn't talk about his intensity. You talked about his mouth. Boy, put his mouth on you, you're through. And there again, there's a line of dogs who was known for having a mouth that was able to reproduce that mouth in other dogs like BA, Charlie, um, Grand Champion Sable, another one was known for that mouth, not intensity, but her mouth. But still remember, these guys wasn't trying to have breeding programs to sell people. And to me, that's what really kind of, as history has shown, why you didn't see much of these, much out of them, because these wasn't breeders. Now, was that it? To me, yeah. No, what after the fact, because I think you can make more money breeding dogs than, fighting dogs. I just say that now because, again, years have gone by and you look at the success of some of the breeders, and I think they did pretty good. Ed, Crenshaw, Dave, Tant. Who else would I call a breeder? I would say Tom. He was the breeder. Pat Patrick, Floyd Boudreaux. These are guys that was around in our days that, they were doing a little bit, but they was breeding a lot. A lot of people got their hands on some of their dogs, which actually made it work. So that's what the conversation, because how do you keep it and be able to breed it and maintain it? And mouth, to me, is one of the hardest traits to maintain. And that's just my opinion. And yeah, like I said, all our dogs had mouth, but were our dogs known for their mouth or their intensity? You didn't really hear people talk about our dogs and their mouth. They was always talking about the intensity and how fast they was. I mean, intensity with a mouth done damage. Like I said, most of the Mayday dogs, people really wasn't talking about their mouth. They were basically talking about their intensity. But look behind the intensity, a dog with that kind of intensity with a mouth, of course, they was doing terrible damage. But then you look at Satan, they're talking about his mouth. Why? Because Satan really didn't do much. Satan was a exceptional dog. You slip up, and the whole time he putting his mouth on you, but he ain't in there trying to barnstorm you. He just slowly, wherever he put his mouth, you was hurting. Luther, he didn't really do much. It's just wherever he put his mouth, when he came out of it, you was pretty much done. So how do you maintain, regardless of how it came, being able to maintain that trait? And to me, mouth is always a part of that. Them, outside of, we all have our certain way of classifying our traits. But in our case, we was stuck in the killers, and for us, the killer needed to have not just a mouth, but he had to have that intensity. We always wanted to have mouth with crazy, because that's what we're accustomed to dealing with. But everybody wasn't like that, because remember, still had those Grand Champion Satan type dogs that just took their time, and every time they put their mouth on you, that opens you up. So, and she kind of took time to do it, but they was never in trouble. They knew how to stay out of trouble, but then put you away. Then you had dogs like Champion Jigger, dog that had a mouth. close his mouth. You know, pretty much by the time he was done, you were through. And I mean, literally through. Those are how hard-mouthed dogs. But we can't talk about dogs that couldn't, you know, that had that ability but could reproduce it. And see, this is all about being able to have something and reproducing it without losing that trait that made them dogs what they were. You know what I'm saying? Ready to get in this one? My boy's in the house. I'm gonna let him take over for now, and he's gonna probably dive in here and show you some shit. But appreciate everybody showing up. I ain't got a chance to get out there and see what's out there, but I'm gonna hit it out there. I see my man Windmune in the house. What up, fam? Biking family LG in the house, representing school country. My man Styles Kennel, I see you, fam. I think I see my man Mayhem out there. What up, Mayhem? In the woods, I see you, fam. Welcome to the show, fam. All right, bro. What we gonna do now? What's up, everybody? Why is it so dark? Hey, what's up, everybody? It looks dark in here. Like, what's going on? Yeah, yeah. I like that white background. What's up, y'all, everybody? Hope everybody had a good weekend. Talking about today, Mike. You a poll anything? Stuff out our mouth. I couldn't really find a poll question that justified. Because, you know, everybody want a mouth. Everybody didn't get a mouth, but everybody want a mouth. Everybody want games. So we already been over that part. So. I know one thing being out there, some dogs you couldn't test their games. They survived. You know, survived long enough to see if there was game or not. You know, I seen one. You know, back in the time, you know, we always talk, we need gameness first, and it was always a theory. You know, me, when you start having dogs that can go in there and wreck shit, you know, you just know, you know, the gameness is just questionable. Why is it questionable? Because they're sitting there wrecking everything you're trying to put on them to check their games. I'm not a fan of throwing a whole bunch of dogs on a dog to see how game he is when he's in trouble. I figure if you're doing the kind of wrecking that I like, I take my chances in the box to find out how game he is. Because good competition gonna tell me that. The best way to find out. So, I was never looking to do more damage for free. You know what I'm saying? And come up with something that, you know, end up wrecking a career instead of starting a career. That, you know, you're doing the kind of damage that I like. Believe me, I'm putting something on your ass. You know? And you got it. And we don't know if you game or not. But guess what? You rough enough for us to go find out there. You know what I'm saying? Take your ass out there. Let's see how game your ass is. Can you know, them records, you know, you just never gonna check their game. Brat games would have never been checked. Only way Brat could have been checked, her games would have been checked if she did what her mother did. Got spooked from a plane ride and wasn't the dog.
than she could have been. You know, Brat wasn't like that. You probably throw her on a plane and take her to China, let her out. She coming out like the Tasmanian devil. I mean, she know when she pulling up off the bat. That was one thing that y'all know I'm a Mayday fan for a reason, because I had a lot of Mayday dogs. And it was just the certain characteristics of the Mayday dogs that I liked. And the ones that I liked, can't hate on them. Can't hate on them. Because the ones that I liked, they were finishers. Quick, intense, and rough. Could you ever check their gameness? Look, Mayday finally got his check. But he wasn't, Twisted. Can I say that Twisted got his check when he went to that Beetlejuice dog? Because it was a hell of a show. But to me, honestly, Twister was really never in trouble. He just methodically bit him down, That's how that went. So I give hands up on, his roughness was not like Brat and them, but he had a consistency that he would methodically bite you down. He was never in no trouble. Barracuda, the same thing. They don't be in no hurry. Their intensity alone, as far as the crazy, there was something about Mayday dogs that the ones that I seen, there was something wrong with them dogs. I mean, they all had that one look, the same look that y'all look into Mayday's face. You would see that in those dogs. Those are the dogs that we talk about that are winners. Because there's one thing they all had in common, genetically in common. They had that crazy. They had the crazy. You're gonna have more killer bitches out of the Mayday dogs than you had males. People don't know that. You got Brat and May Chanel, they was killers. They was straight killers. Okay?
Talk about their mouth.
Right, they don't talk about their mouth. They just talk about their intensity. The intensity puts a little extra edge to their ability because they be so intense. So what you intense doing, that's what they was on. They wasn't just intense. They was intense doing shit. They intense doing shit. They wrecking shit. They don't play. You get in there, you get barnstormed right off the back. I don't care how you try to retreat. Nose, whatever. They just too all over you. Too much for you. I didn't see, when it comes to the males, can I see there was any males like them three bitches? None of them. No. Not like them three. But they was wreckers. They was really very, very rough, aggressive females. Now, when it comes to the males, there was just that one consistency that I always seen that all of them had, and it was just all nuts. They all were nuts. Not fight crazy. It was like a little beyond just fight crazy. It was like a focus. They had another tunnel to go through. That's why, remember now. Let me say this, and I always have to remind y'all because y'all just don't understand why I put him on such a high caliber. The high caliber is the fact that Noriega is the only champion, male, from the States. I can speak them. From Mayday left, you go to Ecuador. Those champions, all those champions, only one took a loss. That was Noriega. I'm talking about, you look at big hardcore kennels in they dogs, you be asking yourself, well, why was their yellow stuff so special? That Jeep, Rascal, yellow. I mean, he made a little dynasty. 9 Millie, Bozak, Red Man. I can run off shit coming down off of him. Morocco, Yellow Wolf. just a lot of great dogs. And they weren't really breeders. They wasn't breeding to sell dogs. No. They made their name, and then they started opening up. But if you notice, throughout the years, you've never really seen anybody get their best shit. The best shit I seen was Tom. You know, when he got Morocco, they had Champion Milo, it was Mystique, it was just a bunch of those. And they all had that yellow. Y'all hear me talking about Mayday. You don't never hear me slide away from going back to a consistency, like the way they look and act. Still, he's off the yellow. Stone City, dog off the yellow. Hardcore, dog off the yellow. Southern Kennels, dog off the yellow. When you say that to me, I say Yellow John. Because there was the consistency didn't start with this yellow. Started with Yellow John. Then you look at Yellow John and be like, damn, oh, that red boy, the consistency didn't start with Yellow John. It started with that red boy shit. That's why you can have red boy yellow. You can have red boy tab, cross with the Jeep stuff. You can have red boy Cunningham, Boomer and them. You can have red boy Madeline stuff. You can have red boy St. Benedict stuff. You can have red boy, even the Gardner stuff. But you can just have red boy. To me, that's the consistency of why we keep naming all these other red boy dogs down through history. You know, we talk so much about Tudor's diet, but we don't talk enough about red boy. That's a key factor when it comes to doing your scientific analysis on some stuff. You'll see. You want to battle, you got to stay in the consistency lane. Consistency lane. You got to have a consistency to it. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to see those things as you build. That's why they were able to take what they had and made it consistent. And what was being made consistent? The wins. Wouldn't have meant shit if they wasn't winning. It was the wins. You gotta have the wins. It's the only thing we talk about. The wins. What's consistent if you ain't winning shit? The pedigree ain't nothing until it's proven. And that's what they was doing. Dog, people like Prosec off of Stone City and really hardcore, because hardcore on set him out. Then you got ones like the Ball Boys, you know, Triple M, and them, they passing down them Mayfield dogs, them nigga dogs down there, alligator shit. They came up using they shit. Gameville and all them boys, they came up using our shit. Consistent. And what made they stuff consistent and able to do what they were doing? They stayed consistent to what we was doing. Winning. We ain't talking about shit else but winning. You know, give a damn about the breed if it ain't winning. It couldn't be consistent if it wasn't consistently winning. Too many great dogs to talk about when we talk about winning. And we're talking about these are kennels that was producing dogs off their shit. Not only was they using it, it was able to go ahead and move on down out there and had everybody using it. Those are things that I be wanting to point out, you know, when we jump out there and put Briscoe and, you know, so many other those dogs up there on those big old lists. But you got to look at that list and say, okay, what's the most consistent thing? You can't really go through Gardner shouldn't pull out a kennel. I mean, one kennel that had anything close to hardcore Stone City Southern Kennel. STP, we can give him that same. We can throw him in there too because he's grabbing everybody's shit. Super Kennels, yeah, we're talking about that top-notch list. We're digging into consistent shit on what's really up there. What's really showing up there. You're gonna see a lot of familiar dogs. It's gonna be more consistent. The Garner dogs is a community of those dogs. It's not due to the dogs. We're dealing with different dogs, you know? The name is like Boyles. Boyles and Gardner is the same thing to me because we're talking about the breeder, not the dogs. We're talking about the breeders of the dogs. So we keep saying Garner dogs. We ain't saying yellow dogs. We ain't saying red boy dogs. We can't even say Frisco dogs. Because even though Frisco got a lot of them out there, you know, you still ain't got a commanding kennel that was ever really able to take those dogs and do what you seen Stone City, hardcore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even we got a good run. You know, those major kennels. Gaston, Ratliff, Super Kennels. You know what I mean? Slingshot. Guys was building and creating their own stock and did enough in the game to show consistency from they shit. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about just normal breeders here. You know, that's where, you know, consistency, as far as where I look for, being I was a competitor that wanted to compete and just followed the notion of what everybody else was trying to follow. I got deeper. See, I was a raised bulldog man by the time I hit Florida. And seen enough of greatness, you know what I'm saying, and enough of really what it really took to win. You know, I mean, I can't forget Super that. I mean, we're still trying to find a loss. You know what I'm saying? But these were consistent. When you're talking about consistency, you know, them is the kind of yards that I want to be consistent on dealing with. The Cunningham dogs. The Cunninghams are very consistent. You know? I'll tell you another one that I liked. That was a Cunningham dog. That was it. It was Ruckus, that champion Ruckus dog. He was a good dog too. I mean, to me, you know, he helped out a lot with the Cunningham dogs because the Cunningham dogs were pretty good dogs. Mm-hmm. They bought them out, and the only thing that they lacked to me, they lacked that, I would have to say, that ability. You know, they didn't have those killers. They had good dogs, but I'm exceptional to the fact that good dogs get killed by killers. You know, if you got a great killer, then you'll kill a great good dog. You know, that's the level I'm speaking on. When you got competitors out there that got stuff that wants to compete and put a target on whoever. But that's how it was built, and that's what they were building their lines on. If you stay in top-notch contentions, then guess what? You know what your expectations are to continue doing that on a consistent basis. And the best way to make that happen is do it on your own yard. And doing it with what you see is the best that's going to help you get to that point. It was never really about pretty pedigrees, guys. These dudes made those pedigrees pretty by doing their dog and winning with them. Same with our shit. You know, same with schoolboy shit. You know, these dogs were able to. We wouldn't even be discussing them for real if we didn't have nothing to pull up to show you what we were saying was a fact. If I was just telling y'all this shit here without no proof, that sounded like somebody who's telling you a story. But the only factual part of the story that can be corroborated is it coming out of his mouth. You know, so many of y'all get that part of the game crossed up and mixed up. You know, you got to look at it a little closer. A little bit closer. I like to go get factual understanding. When we was making these breedings, we were looking for factual understanding. And I was putting A and B's and all kind of C's together. Remember, before I ever made these breedings with any of these dogs, I had a little magazine thing coming out back then across the internet. And I was telling everybody, these are the things that I would love to do because these were the kennels that I was infatuated with. Yes, I'm pointing out the dogs that I would like to have, and like to use, and like to build on. And got the opportunity, didn't come exactly the way I wanted because of what happened with Red Ace, but it did never change the game plan to what I was looking for. Even when it came down to me saying that one day I'm going to breed that yellow buck stuff into the Mayday stuff. That's one thing I would really like to do. I would have loved to do it, breeding yellow buck to Red Ace. You know, that would have been something, especially with a win. You know, that would have been something. It would have been something planned and happening if ever opportunity out of came, but it didn't. But that was one of the ones to have something off of Mayday and something off of yellow buck coming by Red Ace, knowing how hard this bitch could fight and bite. You know, I was trying to turn it up. See what I got out of Red Ace and Mayday. Imagine what I'd have got out of Red Ace and Yellow Buck. Yeah, Red Ace and damn Buckets. You know, these producing old dogs, man. I could have took Red Ace to some Frisco shit and said the same thing. Or some Jeep shit and said the same thing. Because regardless of how we was using it, and a lot of people tell you, you know, the yellow stuff worked with it, but the mixture of what was going on after they left our yard, it was phenomenal. Somebody was paying attention, or somebody must have knew what they was doing. Or how about guys that actually matched dogs? And if there was anything that was being evolved during that time, coming through the 90s into the 2000s, guys was catching on to producing their own matched dogs at home. I think that's why you have so many great kennels. You know, Evolution. Can't even forget Chico. Chosen Few. You know, they had many names. D-Town. Just a couple names, but the same kennel. But they were still producing dogs and using them. I don't know how legit they're using them, but, you know, I put it like this. They were selling them to the public more than they was using the dogs. So I always put the question mark on the possibilities is they shit legit. You know? Because when you're doing more selling, then you're concerned about anything losing. Especially if losing can hurt your pocket. See, but when you breeding to make something work, you know, the last thing you're thinking about is selling shit. Because you're too busy trying to use shit to do what you do. Can't keep everything, so you got a little bit to let can get out if you don't make it or it ain't your cup of tea and shit like that. That door's always open because somebody take that any day, especially when you're sitting over here with a whole bunch of shit you knocking shit off with. So you keep that out of the breeding program anyway. You see, there's a difference there, right? There's a difference. You know, we were just getting rid of dogs because we didn't want them or use them. But our main objective was to get dogs that we could use. And you're doing that on a consistent basis, you're going to have consistency. You're going to have people who wants to have some of that consistency shit too. You know, we can talk about a couple of them. I mean, you can't even not, I mean, when it comes to consistent dogs, if you notice one thing between Garner and Fat Bill's dogs, if you see those crosses, you know what I'm saying? Those crosses, those is, I mean, them is, call it what you want. They weren't crosses made to sell dogs. If you actually look at them, you could tell. They were never made to sell. And that's why they were so lucky, because that's why they became so popular. You know, when you selling them, like Tom, he sells them and he goes and buys them back. That's how he ended up with so many great dogs, because he see his shit out there. You know, he keeps an eye on it and ears to the ground, and there's something out there with some his shit in it. He want it. He'll go get it. Maybe he might come back with it. But he's Tom Gardner, Ronnie Boyles, they same thing. They're breeders. Can't say it's, how do you call something consistent? Even though you got a lot of wins, you got more losses than you ever had wins. I mean, you want to talk about wins, we're averaging on a number of 1,000, maybe a year. Could be a lot of dogs, you know, but what's the number like? What's the consistent ratio? 5% of these become something worth talking about? 10% worth talking about? Do we even know? Based on what we do know, we know he saw a lot of dogs. Based on what we do know, you know, there's a lot of guys got that shit that's not really a fan, you know, between papers and questions and shit like that. Just the dogs don't work out back then. That was the hindering factor back then. Probably why he took such a cool pill in the States and you know, kind of just blew up out there in the European world. You know? Hey. Yeah, might check the test and see if anybody's got something to say, man. Right now, I'm just running. I don't want to leave nobody behind. If there's anybody out there, I forgot y'all. I know y'all just said the name. You know, I just didn't mention it because I'm not reading the chats. But y'all know what I'm saying. You know, it's not just me in particular. I like to know y'all opinion on that situation too, because it do make sense. I don't think a lot of you guys see it that way. But let me add a little Johnny Appleseed in there on your thinking, and y'all think about that and talk to me. Especially in nowadays, in the now times, you know, where y'all don't have that luxury of staying out of trouble. Let's talk about it in my time, and just imagine, what would you do? How would you be putting this conversation? Remember, we can't talk about y'all now, so you can always come back here with me and talk about your shit in my time, because in my time you can't get in no trouble. In my time, everything we talk about is just part of the past. You know, definitely fictional. because we sure as shit ain't, you know, definitely fictional. So let's keep it there and just feel free. If it was your shit, how would you feel? What would you say? What would you do? Now look at your yard and just pack it up and come back here with me and say, if I had the opportunity, this is what I see. You know? What consistency can you pull out of that? What can you say that really gives you? And when I say consistency, guys, remember, I'm already seeing it on you see the names that I done put out there. Now, that's a pretty high standard, but you got to admit now, I mean, what better standard to go on to play in? You know, I mean, I can't shelve some of these guys. I mean, even when it come down to Harry. Harry was a hard man to whoop. You know what I'm saying? But he was definitely one of the greats that actually bred his shit to play. And every once in a while, somebody got lucky because most of all the great hard growth shit came from Harry. It's always a Harry what? Okay? Harry this, Harry that. I don't hear too many other Harrys running around with hairy dogs, you know, acting like Harry either. Because Harry just put out a lot of good dogs, but he had all the great dogs himself. Where we gonna start at, Mike? Anybody got any subjective suggestions?
How about bloodlines that supposed to produce mouth?
That's supposed to produce mouth. Well, I don't know about the supposed to part. I can just tell you by experimenting based on what I experienced myself. And I've seen for myself. Now, I had Satan shit. I had Satan's legitimate brother. So I know about the Satan dog. I was there when we bought the two dogs together the same day. So I know about that shit. And the thing I can tell you about breeding for dogs of mouth, let me tell you something, man. When you breed Satan, because I don't know what it was about that particular line of dogs. But one thing about it, they had this one thing that just really just set them off from everybody else. They did not panic, and they systematically know how to get up in there, and when they closed their mouth, it was acting like Luther. We hear the stories, y'all done read the stories about Luther, right? Well, I mean, Luther way back here, and Satan and them way up here. Way up here. And keep in mind, if y'all don't remember who Satan whooped 5 top kennels. 5 different places. Okay, he was doing the same thing that Luther was doing, except Luther could do it quicker. They made it lose a little bit of mouth coming down that generations, yeah, but one thing stayed consistent. They could still put their mouth on you and break your ass. That's what was consistent. The mouth was definitely there. I mean, as soon as the dog jumped on Satan's head and Satan line up and hit him dead in his chest because you want to suck on my side of my head, you know what I'm saying? You was through. You ain't got no other choice but to stay up there. Because regardless of what you do, you ain't going to get nothing because he's so deep in there. Uh-oh, we got Big Bro calling Mike. Hey, what's up, Big Bro? I'm on the, you on the air? You know what time it is, but you trying to slide in here and say something? Yeah, I'm gonna tell everybody, yeah, y'all, I got my big brother over here, Mr. Triple M. He's sliding through. You know when he called when we online, We on deck. You already know we plugging up the phone. You know you're gonna have to sit in here and hang in here and holler at everybody. How you doing, big bro? Oh, okay. I hope you listening to me because we talking about, how do you carry that mouth throughout those years? Your alligator shit and Miles and they had that mouth. So hold on 1 second. Let me get you lined up here. Say something, bro.
Yeah, well, what did you want to know about back in the day?
Okay, we talking about we're talking about breedings and like that genetic. Like me, our thing was mouth. We like to rough ass hard mouth dogs. So they're asking. The question is, how do you maintain that hard mouth throughout your breeding?
Well, you know, a lot of guys. Well, they look at, okay, I breed good to good. That one got a hard mouth. I'm gonna breed to another mouth. And I guess that works sometimes. Um, we did. I guess it was more of a genetic thing to us.
Mm.
That comes from listening. So, like I say, I kicked that horse again. Like sitting down, listening to an old man like Bob Wallace that we had the opportunity to sit down to and talk to all the time. Mr. Ray Long, when he told my dad, man, don't get no more dogs. He said, you take that young Jeep dog and breed to that nip stuff and see what come out of that. And which of course, a Hellcat and all them dogs wanted. She was cold. But he explained to us when he looked at the pedigree, he said, he went back and the dogs that he knew personally, he explained those dogs to us, and just from then that, people experimenting with stuff and put it together and it popped up like that. He said you got a line of some real good black widow and pseudo dog. He said, it's really what it comes out to be. And he said, when you breed that type, you're not looking for that bitch to be that. He said, because everything here in the pedigree is not suspect. The dad is pretty good, the mom was pretty good. He went back to each one and talked and talked about, especially ones that he saw a new person. And it happened. So there were guys that I went to their yards and bred dogs. I would grab like PKS bred the guy that had that last living double bred grandson, the red boy that he got from Mr. Bass before Mr. Bass died, and he was breeding that to some old hemp peel stuff, and he also had some real old pure creed stuff. He said those two sisters there, that's out of some brother twister breed. That one is cold, but that one is on fire. Of course, guess what? I grabbed the one that was cold. Because, like Tudor said that the cold dog, a lot of times, when it was bred tight and right, they carried the game genes. And so if I came on your yard and you was telling me how bad those dogs out there, yellow junk stuff was, you had an inbred, and if you put on like, well, that one right there is cold, I would probably grab that cold one and breed that cold. Every time we did that, we got dogs. And we got good dogs. So that was just a thing that I don't get impressed when a person say, that's a champion, that's out of a champion, and this and that. It don't really impress me sometimes because I seen some good ones and I seen some garbage. You know, like my understanding out here now, I kind of caught wind of a few things, saw maybe a few things. It just happened to be somewhere at a certain time. Nothing big, and it's a lot of garbage out here now. It's a big difference between now and back in our day. Got a lot of champions. Wouldn't have, like you said, wouldn't have all these champions back in our day because it was hard to come by.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when Jack redid everything and you had to have a certified referee there and things of that nature. Because at that time, people started making some paper champions back then. That's why he had to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he did what he did, which was fine with me. That's why the Rojo dog that they thought was so bad out of Grand Champion Gabe and Grand Champion BB Red, he made him come into the league before he made a champion. But he didn't become a champion, but he had to come past me. But he didn't make it. It was about 30 minutes. But that put a big thing out there when he did that. The people had to fly right back in them days.
Tell me about that. Tell everybody about that. See, they don't know the story behind that Rojo and y'all match. How did it happen?
Rojo came up this way. I wasn't there. He got put down against somebody here. He had won in short order, and he had won in an hour 20. So he was like, he could do it short time, or he could do it the long way. And a lot of people came up and said, I don't think that you can take him, man. My daddy had passed. He had died. I mean, he passed on. They said, I don't believe you could. I don't believe you could take him. That sucker look good. This and that and this, all of that. I said, well, okay, well, he's a two-time winner, and Ernie was a two-time winner. So, you know what? These two go have to go in each other. They tried to go around, but then me knowing Jack Kelly basically told him, I'm not going to acknowledge him as a champion unless you beat Mason, unless you beat the 3M. The last one, unless he beat. And so once he made that known, they had to go on and do it. It wasn't about the gamble. At that time when we went to Texas years ago, he thought it was like a Texas-Arkansas rivalry, but he kind of found out that even the Texas folks wouldn't go back, and they was just there as spectators. And so as it went on, he came out thumping. It only went about 30 minutes. And after that, that was kind of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That was another feather in the hat. But I remember I tried to go into Grand Champion Gabe when the guy in Alabama owned it. Then he sold him to who did he sell him to? He sold him to McNasty, didn't he?
To Gabe or Gabe Jr.?
Yeah.
Gabe or Gabe Jr.?
I think it was Gabe.
I didn't know McNasty had bought him. I thought Mad had him, and then what happened with him? But Mad had him.
Somebody had him, and we tried to go against him, and the guy that owned him was from Alabama.
Okay.
And he sold him. We tried to go into him. I ain't got him no more. I sold him, and that was it. So, that was it. But that was a situation. That's another story. But we tried to go into him. We tried to go into Gator when Rodriguez had Gator. We tried to go into Gator, and You know, I remember when we tried to go into Ozzie Stevens, uh, Bob Boyle paid us forfeit. Wouldn't go back into it. David Tent paid us forfeit. You know, a couple of people like that paid us forfeit back in the day.
Y'all was known to have hard mouth.
That cross paid some mean animals. And then you got to look at too now. Smiley was only 16 months when we started breeding. Kay, the inbred nigger dog, she was 13 months. And then a year later, we went back up there. Almost a year later, we went back up there and I ended up with 2 dogs out of my Donald dog, which was Beauty and Mungus. So we was able to switch it back and forth, you know, and that cross worked, you know. In 82, I bought a red boy dog. You talking about red boy dog? I bought a red boy dog from Michael George that was off the triple off red stuff, and we bred that to the nigger stuff, and that they was bad, just as bad, if not worse than the Jeep nigger stuff. That old Tudor stuff, man, if you bred it right, would put some mouth in some dog. Rick, it would back then, yeah. And at that time, it was plentiful. The Cherry Boys had it. John Tubby. Well, I had the last John Tubby dogs. When he got out the game, he called me and told me I had the last ones. I was playing football then in college when he called me and told me that. And, you know, the three-legged diamond dog was a good dog. Tubby had a lot of that. He liked that dog. But it was about just mixing it up right. But also, a part of our nigger dog was not right. It was a dog in there that nobody knew how the dog would break, that came out of a good line of dogs that a dog man had. But Jerry Owen lived in the Balls Bluff, Arkansas, and he was dealing with John Tubry before any of us was. And he had a dog that he had. And there was out of this stuff that the man would not give him the pedigree. It was an old dog, man, that had a dog. He wouldn't give the pedigree on the dog. Jerry Owens didn't care. He got one. He won with the dog in like 2 hours. You know, she didn't really have to do some stuff. And he took that dog, her name was Short Shirley, and he just put some papers on. He took Short Shirley, and at that time, it was a guy keeping a dagger dog. They had the dagger dog, I keep Robert in some places. Basically, Jerry started breeding. Jerry went over there and gave the guy some money, and the guy bred the dog to him. And he came up with a dog called Sugar, a little dog, so it was real good. And he had one called Sugar. And
talking about Sugar Baby, champion.
That's in my pedigree.
Yeah. Okay. Jerry's Sugar Baby.
Sugar Baby was actually directly off of that. And the rest of her pedigree is something that a dog that he had that he threw in there. She was off some gang stuff he got from an old dog man. That, like I told you, the man wouldn't give the paper. If you wanted one of the dogs, fine. He said you want. But he wouldn't give you the paper. So that was the line that was in our dog. So we ended up breeding Donald's little mate brother to Sugar Baby. And there was 2 dogs, a male and a female. I got the male. That was my Demon 2 dog. So the very, very bottom part of that pedigree on him is not right. Now, but Sugar was right off of that. And people didn't know that. People didn't know that. So we knew the true thing, though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows what Mr. Wallace used to always tell us? You have to put the right trash in there to make it work. So that was a part of people was trying to make those dogs all the time after we started breeding. They were trying to make them and make them. They couldn't just really make them like we was making them. And that was what, and I'm sure that was the reason why. Because our dogs had a dog in them that nobody knew how to breed.
That Sugar Baby must have been a nice dog for y'all to breed to her, though.
Oh,
she was a champion. I mean, however she was bred, she must have been bred enough to bang because she was a champion.
Oh, man, this Sugar Baby. John Tubry and Jerry Owen were friends, and they ended up going into each other. He ended up putting Sugar Baby on Dusty Ann. Dusty Ann was the dog that produced my Donald dog. And those bitches were scratching so hard. The Sugar Baby hit a dead jump, just Dusty Ann in the mouth and broke her jaw, and John Tubry picked up game. They had a little talk, because he was talking about how bad Sugar Baby was. Tubry was like, now I got Dusty Ann. You don't talk too much. Well, you know, I'm not scared of you, Johnny. Well, they did, you know what I'm saying? It was one of those type of things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no friction between them at all. They laughed and joked about it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sugar Baby hit that bitch in the mouth and broke her jaw. And John Tubry got a scratch out of it. You know, went on and had her, you know, fixed up and stuff. And it was something else. That's how hard the bitch was scratched. And that was it in short order. But yeah, nobody knew how hard our dogs would breed. Jerry Owens always thought that he had an idea. And he used to run that by us, but he never really did. You know, all he know, he went to the man's yard and he said he wanted something inbred off of it. And the man gave him a dog, and the dog was Short Shirley. And he bred Short Shirley to Dagger, and you know, and went on from there. You know, and took that back to some of Tubry stuff, and that's what made my Demon 2 dog. My Diamond 2, I call him Demon 2, but on the paperwork it's Diamond 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of those stories, you know. You'd be amazed, man, these dogs out here that people don't really know how they bred. I learned a lot about that from talking to Mr. Wallace years ago. And it's a gang, you'd be amazed that, you know, these dogs are not bred right. Half the pedigree is right, half it is a trip. You know, stuff that he would sit up and tell you about. Yeah, Ray Long.
Mm-hmm.
Ray Long said Maurice Carver used to come over there and breed his dog all the time while he was gone to work. And then he'll call him over there and say, man, come over here. My dog was in heat. I had to do something with it, Ray. Come on over here and get you 2 or 3 out the litter. Ray say, I can't tell you how many times he came over here and stole a breed. Oh, you know. That's just the way it was. They were something else, man.
So they must have been neighbors or somewhere in the vicinity where he'd be like, I know he ain't home. Let me go get this breeding off right quick.
Yeah. He said he'd go to work. Maurice come over there and said, I looked up, I didn't know she was in breeding. She's ready to breed. Ray, I had to breed. Okay, come on over and get you 2 or 3 of these puppies. And he said he would tell him about that litter, but he wouldn't tell him about the other 2 litter out in the barn that he came over there and stole the breeding off of. Oh, man. And then, you know, I told you, we got a chance to go beat Pat, man. Man, that was just, my only thing, when she was talking, I should have had a tape recorder, man, because she was saying so much, and at that time, I didn't, she was saying so much, man. It was I should have had a tape recorder, man, when she was talking. You know, and she was saying, you know, she didn't know how half of some of that stuff was bred. Maurice took all that to his grave, you know, a lot of crazy stuff. Just like when Crenshaw was down there and he handed them honey buns out to litter and said, man, keep her. She ought to be real good. Ought to be a good. Ought to be some good stuff. And he had to stay on there 2 days because he sent the Mexicans across the border to go get a rascal. So he had to stay there a day or so until they got back.
So he got Honey Bunch and Rascal.
Yeah.
And so what you saying? You think Rascal was a Mexican Eli dog for real?
Nothing like that, man. He knew what he was, but I don't think the paper was right because, you know, he sent him to get him, and he got him, and then, you know, he drew the paper up on, you know, how you just draw the paper up and did everything and send it in, and you know they, you know, draw it on up for you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he did. He drew the paper, which he told him, you know, right? He said, this dog will make you a good dog, James. And I'm telling you, he's gonna be good. So, you know, James said, you know, ours Jerry was with it. So they kind of looked at each other like, oh man. See, they had went up there and got dogs for Maurice Carver. Gary was with him then. Gary said when they got back with those dogs, he said one of them within 15 minutes. He said and the other one jumped out the box and ran off in the woods, and they didn't never find him. So he said, when they called Carver back, Carver started laughing, right? Hey, he said, man, James, y'all come on back down here, man. Come on back down here. So Gary told James, he said, I ain't going. You know what I'm saying? So that's when James Crenshaw said he took took our Jerry with it. Because what you call said he wasn't going. You know, Gary said he wasn't going. And went back down there, and you know, shit, you know, he gave him some monsters. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he gave him some monsters, some great dogs.
So he gave him Honey Bunch and Rascal.
Gave him Honey Bunch and Rascal.
Y'all stay down here a couple more days. I need to go I'm seeing these boys on over there and get this other dog for you.
Yeah, they sent them across. He sent them boys across in Mexico somewhere, and he said because he had to stay there like 2 days, and then he sent them down there and sent them to Mexico, and they came back with Rascal. And he told this one gonna make you a good dog, man. Raise them right, you know, do this, do that. He said this gonna be a good dog, man.
Right, he was right about both dogs, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was right about both of them. Yeah. It just like he said when he told them boys that had alligator mama when she was in heat and they was over to his house, and he told them something like, man, y'all need to go down there and breed to that old black dog down there in that junkyard, which was Nickel. Y'all need to go down there and y'all need to breed that dog to that dog. And get you some dogs. You know what I'm saying? And up pop alligator.
So they went down there because Maurice sent them down there to go breed to that dog.
You breed to that dog down there in that junkyard, that black ass dog. You need to go down there and breed to him and get y'all some dogs started. That's what they did.
Well, the bottom side was a Carver dog, so he like take that bitch down there and breed to that shit.
Yeah. Knew exactly what he tell you to take it and breed. An out pop alligator. So it did. You know, you listen to that stuff, man, you be tripping. You know.
Maurice Carver was a bad man, though, man. He knew what he was doing.
Well, it's just like when we left Pat Carver and we went to Robert's Vineyard, you know, which used to be their yard boy, and it's just like he told me. He said, look, Mason, you come on back down here. I'm going to take you to this man's yard. He don't know it. He said his whole yard is off a little mate to Honey Bunch. This stuff. He said, you can't say nothing about it, or we'll go down there and I'll get you one of them dogs. Now, have you ever heard anybody talking about any litter base to honey bunch?
No.
There's a whole litter. Yeah. And me, my stupid ass, you know, I was doing so much and ripping and running. That's the first time I didn't fall up on something. I didn't go, you know. And he said, you can go down there, but don't say nothing about it. But I'm going to get you one of those. I'm going to get you a good dog off his yard. What you want, a male or a female, you know. Can you imagine, man? Father got me a female off of that and brought it back up here and bred it to Smiley. You know.
Would you have came clean and said, this is Honey Bunch's little mate sister?
Talk to my father, did it then?
Yeah.
Yeah, but no paid attention to that, but I don't know what I would have said if I could have done that. I don't know what I would
Now,
have
the man told me not to tell nobody, but this is Honey Bunch's little mate sister. Here she is sitting at the top of the list, just throwing shit. Jeep and all these dogs. You sitting up there with Smiley in there. Come on now. You gonna tell me you went and told everybody that was Honey Bunch's little mate sister?
Off for one of her little mates. Yeah, it was off for one of her little mates.
Oh, the puppy was off of Honey Bunch's little mate's sister. Wow.
The man had a yard. Roger Finn says the man got a yard of good dogs. He said, but he don't know that they offer a little mate to Honey Bunch.
Wow.
Because when he got the dogs, see, it was a litter of them dogs. So I guess Maurice, but people that he let get those dogs, he put different pedigrees on. Because Honey Bunch pedigree wasn't right, Crenshaw said, when him and Ira Jerry sat up there, and when he got the puppy, he said, man, they were going, because they had to wait to get Rascal. They had to stay up there 2 days, down there 2 days. He said, man, Bullet's son been dead. He said, yeah, shit. He said, man, boy, they got to counting days. They said, man, but Bullet's son been dead. He was dead when this damn dog was bred. When Honey Bunch mom was bred, they got to count the days, and everything. The puppy. But man, that motherfucker been dead, man. Now he tell this dog off of Bullet's son. He said they got to count the days and stuff, from them being puppies and everything back. And he said, man, the dog, they said, Bullet's son had been dead, man. People say, look off of Bullet's son. I said, man, who you talk to? Because he said, they said down right then, from whatever age he was when he gave Honey Bunch to him, they went to count everything and count back. And he said, man, Bullet's son been dead, man. Damn dog ain't dead. This damn blood ain't off of Bullet's son. So, yeah. Man, I'm telling you, if you talk to Pet Carver, man, she'll have you throw so bad, man, it ain't funny. Yeah.
I heard the comments. He used to say he used to just go to the drawer, pull out some papers. You don't know who, what, didn't know who the litters were. Had so many damn dogs, young dogs around his yard that he didn't even know half of them, how they was bred, what litters they came from.
He was a Don King. He was a Don King of the dog game. That's how you put it. He was a Don King of the dog game.
But him and Earl used to be cool at first. Something went wrong and they fell out.
But Earl Tudor was a straight up gangster, man. Been shot 6 or 7 times, all that stuff. Him and Pretty Boy Floyd was cool. We had a dog named Pretty Boy Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, Pretty Boy Floyd would come when he matched Pretty Boy Floyd would come to the match. He had a disguise on. He'd come see the dog. Mm. But he in a disguise.
Wow.
So, yeah, so that, they was connected. You know what I'm saying? Like old man CORVINO was, that made Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the black guy that he had was his yard guy, the guy that he left a lot of dogs to in his wheels. In his wheel, they said didn't nobody mess with that dude. So, man, it's just knowing people that was there.
Right.
Yeah, but man, I hate I didn't have a recorder. I think about that all the time. I hate that I did not have a recorder. I should have been recording everything that Pat Carver said, man. If I was to play that now, man, people will fall out. They was fall out, man. Like I said, she thought she started laughing when she invited us because she thought we were white. Everybody think y'all some white guys.
They sure did.
Yeah, she said everybody think y'all some white guys. She said everybody think y'all some white guys. But she told her, she said y'all come on back down. Y'all come anytime. Y'all can come anytime. Come down here. No, she was cool like that with us now. So I'm gonna get on, man. I just had to click in with y'all for a few minutes, man.
Mr. Mason, before you leave, could you answer a question for me? What are some bloodlines that are known to have a hard mouth?
Man. One old guy told me that one of the hardest dogs that he saw bite. And this was the guy that inherited Bert Klaus's yard. He was Bert Klaus's, Bob Klausman. He was Bert Klaus's yard boy. He was at these shows and stuff when he was a young guy with, Maloney, Hempfield, Carver, Wally, all these guys. All these guys, when they used to be at shows, he was the little boy there, 13, 14 years old. Because he was, Bert Klaus's dog boy. He inherited his dog, Bert Klaus that. He told me that some of the hardest stuff he ever seen biting was some, remember the old snake stuff? The old Tudor bread snake stuff?
Tudor snake stuff.
The old Tudor snake stuff. I think it was some old Mayfield. I'm trying to think. I can't remember right now. No, did they had the dog? What was it? Snake and Snake Jr.?
Yeah. Grant Tam Snake.
Yeah. Some of that snake stuff. He said that was some of the hardest. If you find some old journals, when they put heels in there,
mm-hmm.
it would say, and they put his matches in there, his match would go, snake, face to face, head to head. It'll say chest to chest, and then all of a sudden they have down there, ooh, terrible mouth. That's how they had it up, man. That's how they would write his matches up in the journal. I saw some in some of the old journals, man, it would say stuff like that. Ooh, terrible mouth. He said, because I asked him the same thing, and he told me that was some of the hardest biting stuff that he had seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Grand Champion Snake.
Yeah.
Okay.
But You know, I years ago, man, I've been down there at private stuff. I was, and I seen the old guy, man, that's a carpenter, farmer, come up out of there, man, been in the dog game for a while, man. This, I've seen him, man, put something down, man, and break your eggs like toothpicks. And, you know, just an everyday, you know, guy that been in the dog game for a while, him and his family. And I don't know what that stuff was out of. He wouldn't let nobody get none of it. But you know, my dad asked, and it, you know, it was nice about it. It was like a family thing, and man, they didn't really say a whole lot about it, man. But they say his stuff did that every time it hit the box, and man, our mouth just dropped to the floor.
Wow.
It was something else, but yeah.
Okay, I got one more before you go. Stompanato.
Man, you know what? I'm going to let you talk to a guy in Illinois. The guys, the real dog guys in Illinois can tell you about Stompanato dog. And the man just died a couple of years ago. He was a guy, a black guy, that owned his own machine shop. Some parts of Chicago, had a lot of money. He was a real smart guy that had his own big machine shop, you know, and stuff back in the day. He bred up. He was real cool with Maurice, and he bred up Stompanato, and you know when he bred him up, you know he took Stompanato down there to him later on. But I think part of his pedigree is right, because a friend of mine was that knew him and used to deal with him. A guy named James who was buying dogs from us. First guy that was started buying dogs from us, he lived in Illinois, named James Jackson. James knew him. And James said he threw the pedigree down in his lap one time and say, man, that's how Stompanato is actually bred right there. Now, I don't think the whole pedigree is wrong. I just think it's, you know, some of it. I don't know which part, but they'll tell you, those guys up there, there's certain guys up there in the dog game can tell you because they knew the guy. And he had a lot of money, had big business with a machine shop, and he bred Stompanato.
So he's the one that produced Stompanato.
Mm-hmm.
And he took him, and he gave him to Maurice.
Yep. Probably Buffalo Soldier could probably be the one that could tell you exactly. You know, guys like him knew the truth about that. There's some guys up there knew. The guys up there knew him. They knew him. So yeah, it was a black guy in Chicago that bred up Stompanato. Now he and my understanding, now him and Carl was real tight for years. So however it was, he already had dogs from Carver or whatever, you know, and made the breed. And, you know, they say he jumped in his limo or whatever he did, saying he drove down there all the way to Texas and took the dog to Maurice when he told him he needs a dog. Yeah, but there's some guys up there can tell you exactly the story.
Okay. That would be a good one to go at. I'm going to have to check in with Buffalo Soldier if I can understand half the shit he's saying.
I know another guy named Tracy. I'll try to run Tracy down by Friday. And so you can talk to Tracy. Tracy know him too. Tracy knew the man too. Tracy know exactly. Tracy knows the truth of the story. And he can tell you exactly the man name, this and that, this. He can tell you exactly how it happened, when he took
to it than what they be thinking. I knew it was more to it because you told me. I'm just going back in here, diving in some of the things me and you have talked about throughout the years. I remember.
Yeah.
Well, big bro, I ain't gonna hold you up, man. I'm glad you stopped through. It was always a pleasure and a privilege for you to stop in and holler at your boy. At least I know you be watching me. Yes, you be on the back street. I know it.
Yeah. I'm on the back street just listening about, just to let some of these guys know about yesterday, back in the day.
Yes, sir. And these be real interesting conversations too, man. So it's always a pleasure for you stopping through and hollering at us.
Hey, now, if this LA is the one you remember from that, he is very, very private.
Yeah.
Boy, you talk, but now you talking about somebody like him, that had dogs off of art mama. He had Little Mate Sister the Champion Alligator. He had dogs right off of Copperhead. All that kind of stuff. Man, he can rip. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, he can. The stuff he's seen, you know what I'm saying? He can really, just like the grand champion of Bad Billy Dog. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was some person that what was it, Smith and Walton or whatever?
Yeah.
But he was the one that had something to do with the selling of that dog to them. He know the truth about stuff, man. He just, he just like he was private then, way back then when he moved to North Carolina and all that stuff, and stuff. He had a little mate. He had a little mate too, Red Boy. You understand what I'm saying?
Wow.
He was a character called him Patch. He was a white dog with Brother Patch. And people was trying to get him and stuff. He said, "No, I'm not gonna let nobody get this character." He was, stuff like that. He can tell. He was right there. He had a Little Mate Sister Champion Alligator. Had dogs right off of Copperhead. Had dogs off of Art Mama. All that kind of stuff. Had Little Mate the Red Boy. You know what I'm saying?
LA was one to tell us about the cloning.
He can really tell you stuff. Really. You talking about somebody that was there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He can really tell you. And he'll tell you about dogs that stuff like, that he was, man, your mouth would be wide open listening. But like I say, he was private back then. He had a number of 7, 8-time winners, stuff like that. And Jack Kelly was always trying to get him to, publicize and stuff like that. And he never would do it. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had 7-time winners, 8-time winners, stuff like that. Man. Yeah. Yeah, he was, that stuff he was breeding off that art stuff mixed with other stuff, man.
But just a little conversation he had with me and you was on the line, man. He had me fucked up.
Yeah.
I said, now how in the hell am I gonna get this dude on my show? I don't, man. You feel I can't write fast enough with the shit that he was telling me, man.
Yeah, that stuff. Oh man.
I'm telling you, man, I just couldn't write. You be listening and you forget all about the writing. You get stuck in the heel with the shit he's saying because you can't keep up with so much shit.
Oh,
I was like, man, if I could just remember half the shit he told me, man, it would be a show. Because he knew everybody.
Another person was like that. You remember Barry Paris, Kingfish Kid from Cincinnati, right?
Yeah, Kingfish Kid, yeah.
Yeah, just like him, well, you know, his grandfather was in the dog. You know, when he used to tell you, and you sit there, and people used to hate to see him come because he knew the truth about stuff. You know, like when he was telling you that when guys used to come to his granddad, which his granddad was worked and he was a bootlegger too and stuff, and would come to his granddad and give his granddad 35, 40, you know, $50 for a dog, $30, $40 for a dog. He's making money this, that. And they were taking those dogs and putting their own pedigrees on those dogs and stuff, man. I seen him at a show one time way back in the day. Man, he got deep inside of the guy. Man, when he got to talking about that dog and it came from his grandfather and this and that, man, you could have seen him. It was unreal. You know, when he got to tell him how the dog was bred, where it come from. Came from his grandfather's yard. That you get, oh man. Yeah. When he sees certain dog, man, and he tell him, I remember when you didn't even have a dog, you was following so and so around. you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, you know, they can't say that because he's telling the truth. You know, he was another, you know, but Ella, man, you wrote some of it down, but man, when I go down there to see him, or when I talk to him and I bring up something, and then he'll tell it, man, you know about that dog? Yeah, I was there with such and such and such and such. Man, I had the dog, you know. I mean, you heard him talk.
Yeah, that's what I'll tell you, man. He was a something else. It was definitely a privilege.
Mo put the pen down when he started talking about cloning shit.
That man said you can clone shit now. They cloning shit now. Yeah, he was deep into some shit. He beyond artificial insemination. He beyond the AI shit.
Hey man, I was nowhere close. I was nowhere close to doing the stuff that he was doing back in the day. You know, I was, man. And he called and put me up on something else, man. I'm going to have to call you, though. I can't tell everybody, though. I can let you know about it. I got to call you later on. You know. You know what I'm saying?
It's probably a good one, too.
Oh, when I tell you this, man, you go fall out.
He had me going when he was talking about the clone.
Yeah.
That was enough. They can actually take cells from a dog and clone that mother. Bring that dog back. Same genetic makeup and everything.
Man, he'll blow you. Because for some reason that job he goes all over the United States, different countries, man. And his brother is some type of, you know, been in the medical thing for a long time as a doctor, and you know, man.
Remember he sent me this. Remember you were supposed to send me the stuff that he was sending me to school to get my certification. Remember he told me, remember he liked it me by the time I got done listening. He offered up some shit.
Yeah.
So as long as I know that you can get in touch with him, I know I can get it. Because you sure didn't get it.
Hey, you know how they do the stem cells for us? Huh?
Yeah.
I gotta put you up on that.
Yeah, remember he got into that. Yes, sir. Yeah, he got into that, man. I'm telling you, man. It was man said, no, we ain't talking about sperm. We talking about the actual clone. Bring that much back.
And dealing with stem cells, man.
Yeah. Hey, he was on a different. He was definitely on a different level. He sure as hell was.
I'll call you and I'll tell you to borrow, man. about this. I'm gonna freak you out about that. I'm gonna flip you out about this.
I know it's a good one.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna get off the phone. I'll call you tomorrow and tell you. But matter of fact, when I get back in town, I'm headed down there to see him.
That'd be a good trip.
Call us when you get there.
Yeah. I'm gonna call you tomorrow and tell you what the deal is. You go freak out. You go. I'm call you tomorrow and tell you. So y'all have fun. Keep everybody entertained. We old school, so we can tell them about 40 years, 30 years ago and stuff. And
yes, sir. Yeah, and I think us inviting them into that world and the way we open up to them, you know what I'm saying? Giving them a chance to just step inside that world, man. And they get a lot out of it. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's good to have guys like you guys around, because y'all give them that opportunity to be somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Especially on a higher level, you know? I mean, you guys been there. You are history. You know, and it's good to see history come back and talk to us. You know what I'm saying? Especially the new. Give us insight on things, and you've always been a pleasure. I'm telling you, you're on my mouth, y'all bumping heads.
I talked to him today.
No.
Yeah.
How's he doing, man? That's big bro there. He's straight?
Yeah. He bred up some of my old stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to say, did he tell you about the stuff that he was doing? Did you know Cash snuck down there with some of y'all shit and bred it to him?
Yeah. So, yeah, I might go get me one and make a house dog out of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That sounds like a good one.
I got some yard space. I'm making pet bulls around here. I got yard space.
I'll talk to y'all tomorrow, right?
All right, big bro. Thanks for calling, man.
All right.
One. Hey, y'all, big shout out to my big brother, man. Stopping through there, making that shout out, man.
You funny, man.
I be liking when they go, you know, when they pop up, because that means they be watching, you know, and it's always a great thing for the backstreet to watch. You know, there's always somebody making me feel good about what I do here, and that's the truth. You know, backstreet keeps me motivated. Backstreet keeps me here. Backstreet make me feel like what I'm doing is working. You know, they appreciate it. Well, some of the guys just sit back there and just reminisce. Some of the new guys, they sit back there and they get so engulfed, they be feeling like they is really in a movie when they listen to the conversations that we be having. Like they be part of the movie. You know, what they would be doing with they shit. You know, because remember, you can't lie to yourself. That's for damn sure. And a lot of guys have even spoke up and saying, you know, they didn't have to make adjustments and felt like they wanted to feed the right dogs and had the right yard. You know, it's not the fact that you question yourself, it's the fact that you realize to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Some guys got that heart to know that. You ain't gonna, you know, you want to be somewhere in this, you got to be real about it, you know. They was being real about their shit. They was telling you, hey man, you know what? I started selling off my yard. I'm starting off with something new. You know, they rather not feed no dogs than to keep feeding the shit they was feeding. You know?
I noticed, like, he even said, like, a lot of the dogs that had the mouth, they wasn't even, like, with them, they're not selling dogs.
No, those weren't right.
They wasn't selling dogs. And these dogs they're known, their bloodlines are known for mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not selling shit. So it's like you really don't get a chance to see what really works because they keep it home so close, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other bloodline out there that you would think of, that you know of from back then that had the mouth? Because we can always say that about the Eli dogs. But remember, they were always on the time clock.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had the saloon dogs. They were either going to be curs or man biters.
Yeah. I'm talking about Champion Saloon.
Yeah.
Let's go for a Champion
Remember,
Saloon.
McNasty played with them saloon dogs. And that
Mhm.
Eli Kobe shit.
Yeah. I think Sable has some saloon in it, if I'm correct. I know she had Butch. Wasn't Butch off saloon? Let's see. Here you go. Okay, now go ahead, man.
Okay. You know, this is what McNasty dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
Known for that mouth. I think Champion Bo was out of some of his offspring.
Yeah, they were Butch,
Butch,
yeah.
yeah. Butch.
Yeah, only Butch. Remember Striper.
Yep. Remember Kenny Allen, remember he told you about Kenny.
Mm-hmm. I was bred to this bitch here, Powell's dogs. There.
Saying about, you know, he gave a lot of props to Kenny because they was man biters.
Was they man eaters money?
Yeah, he said they was man eaters, man. He said, dog, eat your ass up. These here are some other dogs, y'all, that was known to have that mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Problem was they were either gonna be a cur or they was gonna be, you know, some man biters. Yeah, Tater.
Yeah, I seen her. I seen her when her second and her third. And if you notice, you'll find this dog in our champion Pretty Mama.
That ZEBO shit. Remember? I was
That's
telling
the
them about
ZEBO.
the ZEBO
Yeah,
part.
that's the ZEBO in Pretty Mama. Yep.
Talk to him, Mo.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
familiar with this shit.
She was a bad bitch. Now, they were talking shit. They was going to put, you know, she's a 4-time winner. They was going to put her on Queen. You know, you know, they said they would, but, you know, I'm going to be honest with y'all. It was easier to go make money with Queen than to try to bet against her. Okay? And one thing about us, we all had a habit of jumping on a bandwagon when it comes to betting and gambling. You know what I mean? Wasn't nobody, we make a lot more money running behind Queen than to be trying to run up against her.
You know,
And we made a pretty good piece of money off of Tater, too.
Yeah.
Because he beat Cash.
He beat Cash.
That's right.
But McNasty felt like Pepper had a bad day that day against Queen. He blamed it on the owners of Pepper. But you seen what I seen.
Yeah. It was a blowout.
It was a blowout.
Yeah, this is a good one here. Old Butch. We don't never hardly talk about these Eli dogs, do we?
Right.
Look, Tornado
Yep.
and Tater, those was good dogs. This dog right here lost to Satan. Yep. He lost.
Another hallmark dog going into another
Going
hardmouth dog.
That they bit his ass down. Either it was Satan or prison. Bruno. Yeah, it was prison. Remember Cass's dog? One of them went into
Bruno?
Yeah, it might have been Bruno. Yep, we seen him go.
Lost him.
That might have been the dog that beat Bruno. Because remember, Bruno lost to Kenny Allen. This might have been the dog that beat him. Yeah, this might have been the dog that beat champion Bruno. Matter of fact, I'm almost positive it is. Either this dog lost to Satan or he's the one that beat Bruno. I remember this dog. That's how he was bred. Mm-hmm. Good dog, though. Line of killers, though. They go Stormy. That's the dog that beat St. Little May's sister. Yes. Yeah, she was going for her championship. And this is the dog that she got picked up on. Straight killers. Tater was a killer.
These are hardmouth dogs. I don't know if y'all knew about, but these dogs right here, these dogs could bite, but they bit people.
Mm-hmm. The Tuppy, Angus, and ZEBO. Yeah, that's that up north shit. This is why they was matching dogs and winning. I see these pedigrees here. Mm-hmm. They go Big Ross, black and white. This dog is a champion. See? Sorry, Suburban Night Paul Soldier and Champion Brother. Yep, that's him. That's the Little May sister to this dog. Suburban Night Paul Soldier's Champion Brother. Yeah, he was a nice one. I don't know why they ain't got his pedigree down, but there you go, right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another hard biting bitch. We know how that bitch is biting hard, though. Look at the shit that's up in there. ZEBO, Art, and Candy on the top.
Hardmouth dogs, fellas.
And then you got that Bunch Blackie shit. That's the bottom. Kingfish, double bred kingfish. That's boy ZEBO. Got the whole makeup. That's crazy. But yeah, it does show. It does show. That's Big Ross, black and white. I remember him. Mm-mm. No, he did not step up. Grand champion Sables. Bad bitch. It's the one I have right here. Her. Pedigree on that Another killer. Hard biting dog. Rough. Brother, sister breed. Yep, I ended up with Reva. I ended up with that dog right there. Remember Boomer? Boomer was off of her. Mm-hmm. Another hard mouth dog though. All those dogs up north. I seen her win 4 and 5. She was definitely a bad bitch. She's a big bitch too. Yep, she was a big bitch. In her 40s. She a wreck one. I don't think she went over 40 minutes. I think 40 minutes was her longest match. That was her match. She won a grand championship. And them boys out of Texas went into it. She was a rough one. Another good dog though. But that's Alan Butch shit. You know, that's a consistent line of hard biting dogs.
They wasn't puppy peddling.
No, they wasn't puppy peddling these dogs. Not at all. The only thing he really ever produced was these dogs right here. Good dogs, though. Had to give it to him. Some good dogs. They go Sheriff Powell shit. Remember I told you that. Brother, sister breeding. Y'all see that shit down there? That's old Sheriff Powell down there. Y'all see that? That's Sheriff Powell right there. Brother, sister breeding. Just kept on going. Just kept the shit tight and just kept it going. Brother, sister breeding, straight in breed, and still was able to produce a winner. Tell you a lot. Still able to produce a winner with double inbreed. Mm-hmm. That's Tornado's mom. Some good dogs. That's all. Little Diamond has some shit. That's a rattler. A local kennel. I remember them. Then you ask yourself, well, where's all that shit at now? Well, a lot of these dudes didn't even match dogs anymore. I mean, the sad thing what happened with Sable was she was confiscated. They lost Sable. Same with Tater. She ended up a 4-time winner. Moving on, never made it. Black and White, he produced. But a lot of these great dogs, you know, they was coming by way of great shit. Now, how you gonna not work with that? These dogs was just known for being killers. Them lines right there, these lines right here, guys. This bitch was a killer. This dog was a killer. This dog was a killer. This dog was a killer. I remember Tattoos. That dog was a killer. Little Joe had something waiting on his ass. You can only kill as long as you can kill. What happens when you can't kill? You know what I'm saying? When you get your all and you just can't get it done, that's what makes the game so fun. You know, and it's like can't say they don't be looking for it, because yes they do. Back in our time, that was the name of the game. You was always looking for the competition that would put your shit to a challenge. Hmm? That's interesting there. Looks like that should be some hard biting shit there. I bet you that dog bit people too. I see all the people biters in here. You know, remember was people biters you didn't know your ass. Just some good dogs. This is what it takes to produce winners, though. These is winning dogs. You always see that shit. I still see a formula. Everything we still running across. Just pointing those things out. We can grab. It was always talking about the relevant ones that we do talk about. You know what I'm saying? They always got something special going on in their pedigree. You know, I liked it, this bitch here. She was a bad bitch.
And she said that was the problem. She bit people.
See, just a people biter.
And that's what he was trying to get out of that saloon shit. And he was giving hats off to Kenny Allen, because Kenny could deal with him, with McNasty couldn't. That
What did you do? Did you give her away or something? Did you give her
dog in there that
watch this shit? This shit here? Watch where it takes you. You see that, right? I know where that's going to take us. Yeah. All that red boy, you don't even know, you don't even see all that other shit that's going on in the back. Yeah, that whole bottom side, all that's triple bread, but this is where it started at. Right there. Ain't that where we just started from?
Yep, same shit.
Same shit. That's why Mama was able to keep that gameness in that mouth.
That mouth. Remember that
Yeah,
mouth.
she wasn't no killer. She was a patient game killer. She liked to hang around.
Then
Then
dismiss
dismiss your ass. She was. She kicked in like a ZEBO. Very impressive dog. Yeah, just funny how these pedigrees lead around, man. You know, I like diving around, seeing some of my shit in there, because I can just, when you start talking about that consistency of shit, you know, this is consistent shit. You know, we always say what we say about ZEBO.
But you notice we started out with Eli dogs. And look how the crosses they was making to try to get rid of that time clock.
I mean, they got alligator all up in this shit. Rufus all up in here. You got nothing but great match dogs and Bubba. You got Bubba bread. And then you look down here at the bottom. You know, they still didn't do nothing but add alligator to some already hard biting shit down here. The same shit right here. What they do, they just added a niche of this shit here on it. That's what they added to it. And then they took that shit right there and started piling Red Boy up on that shit. And that's what produced Pretty Mama.
But
That's why I never called her a Red Boy dog. Got too much other shit in her. Alligator, ZEBO, Art.
but McNasty and Kenny Allen was basically trying to do the same thing.
It was. Yeah. So was Frank
Remember,
Bunsen. Bunsen was doing the same
They were
thing.
actually trying to get rid of the time clock.
Right.
Keep the mouth, but get rid of the time clock.
Right. They trying to cut the time down. When they added Red Boy to this shit, they were trying to make a really, Red Boy was hot back then, especially up north. You know, this dog took 6 tries to become a champion. Whistler Jr. did. Got picked up 3 times and won 3. Dog was matched 6 times. Anyway, you know, that dog was matched any weight. Don't care, catch him tomorrow. He's ready. That's how what it was. But yeah, we don't talk much about these dogs. This is another good one.
Yes, she was another good one. Eat your ass, eat up.
But she was a man biter. She'd eat a human ass up.
He actually ended up giving her back to Kenny Allen.
Oh, that's the one he gave to Kenny Allen?
Yeah. He went and got her, and they got her home and couldn't get her out the cage. Said they waited a whole hour trying, you know what I mean? So they would, you know, get her out, couldn't get her out the cage. Never got her out the cage. Took her back.
Fuck that. I'm taking this bitch back down.
Yeah.
This man, when we can handle this bitch, we
Yeah,
have to kill this dog.
That's what he said. Ended up having to take her back. See, it's the Eli, but they're trying to get rid of the time clock and still keep the mouth. This is what I'm trying to get everybody to see, how they kept the mouth.
Right.
But remember, he said they're either going to be curs or they're going to be people biters. And this was a proven fact because they got rid of the time clock, but they couldn't get rid of the people biting shit. And they did some damn good breedings, man.
Mm-hmm.
Created some great dogs. But kind of proved this point about you going to get either or. And then when you even look at the saloon dog, look at it. He's in there. And I guarantee, like he said, they still biting people all the way down to Lady. That they end up taking back to Kenny. Because Kenny was the only one who could deal with him. That's why McNasty took his hat off to him, because he said Kenny could deal with that shit. McNasty said he couldn't deal with it because of his kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they up in Detroit, you knew he didn't have that much yard.
Mm-mm.
He didn't want to take a chance on them people biters. But great dogs.
Yeah, careful. Those ZEBO dogs will bite your ass. Remember it? Red Ace's brother bit people. Yep, he's a people biter. Yep, Red Ace's brother was a people biter. Goddamn Maytoo's brother. This cold ass. I don't know whether you call him a people biter, but shit, anytime you attack my motherfucking foot, I got to break you off my foot. You a people biter.
Well, that earthquake was the people biter.
Yeah.
They ended up killing him, didn't it?
No, he got off the chain. No, dog out the chain, and they spent the night together. It was a champion when he got off the chain. They ended up killing him. Yeah, these is good dogs here. We hardly ever line into these special ones, but these right here, these were some special dogs. They was known for their ability in mouth. I forgot about old Tater being another one of them. And see, I seen all these dogs up in they up there in the heartland. Detroit, PA, Ohio.
Pull up champion blue. Roadblocks blue. I think he got some of that shit.
Let me go check out. Let me go find it. Talking about Bo.
Oh, yeah, oh.
I think I spelled it right. B-A-B-E. That's King David, but where's Bo at? Joey. That's spelled right. I did spell it right. Hmm? You don't know about. I'll pull up Joey and see if it. King David is the side champion. King David. Yeah, I saw that one too. I saw when King David lost that night. See if I can find Bo. Bo, he didn't come directly off of that though. That's what I know. You don't see nothing but a bunch of dog men grabbing up this shit. Dutch boy. Mm-hmm. Joey was a good one. I like the Joey.
You know, all them dogs got the same thing in common. All of them have mouth. But look, I still see Art. I still see Eli.
You'll see alligator.
I
There's
still see
alligator.
Alligator.
There goes Stomper. All known hard mouth dog. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just give y'all insight on how you was breeding up Eli dogs to get them dogs, man, that they was getting. Look at the coming. You see the coming shit working everywhere. See that? Still there's a formula. Mm-hmm. Damn, Grand Champion Reno, Champion Sparky, one time winner, and some other good ones. Some good bread shit, that's all. And look at them. You noticing? You don't see too many other names in there, but a few names. Match the shit, you use it. Remember Mama Mike? That little bitch right there was a bad little bitch too. Got a lot of mouth. Look how she breathed.
One of my mouth. You know, they all had the same kind of still doing the same thing. Kobe, Eli Kobe Claw.
You'll see that ZEBO up in there. Hands candy. That's probably why our shit worked. Remember when they made their stuff into come up with George and shit. But the rest of that Maniac dog was bad. All that black shit was running around. It wasn't no common factor like, like it is now. It seemed like everybody talk about the black dogs more than they talk about the red dogs quitting. You know? No, everybody's starting to hate black dogs for some odd reason. Thinking they ain't game. But these was game dogs. Killers for sure. Westside hoorah. Okay. Nope, I don't see Champion Ball. I think I got Bo's pedigree on one of his championships. It's on the early issues of the journal. I even think they had Bo on the cover. Not for sure, but 92, 92. You might find Bo on the 92 journal cover. I know he got his pedigree in there. Yeah, I've seen all of them go.
King David, though, gamest motherfucker, one of the gamest motherfuckers I ever seen.
Yeah, he was game.
I told him earlier that you thought they should have picked him up long before they did. He didn't make it that day.
He left him down there. Sometimes you leave him down there too long. And notice all these badass dogs got something in common. Even the Masons shit. You know, they was crossing their shit with Jeep Alligator. You notice all the badass great dogs, man, that we talk about, shit that made the Masons great, shit that made really Roadblock great. They was using Eli dogs. They didn't give a damn which way they was coming, whether alligator, they don't give a damn. As long as them dogs could be matched and win, that's what they would get.
All these dogs have this is hard bite motherfuckers.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it takes a minute even for a hard mouth dog get into a good match. It takes them a little time. That just because they biting hard don't mean that they finishing fast, because they don't. They get their chances, but sometimes, boy, you got a good one in there. He get bit one time, he fighting like hell not to get bit like that again. So he either riding your head or your face, but best believe he trying to stay away from your mouth. So you got to have gameness even in that case. You know, you can have as strong as you want. One thing about Standing Man, he took his time just like Satan took his time. It was just a matter of time they're going to bite you down. That's what it was. They put up good fights because they had standing power. They could last. You know, you see why. You got Jeep and Rascal and all the rights to stay there and just work your hand. Champions in the right place. That Lunsford dude knew what he was doing. Yeah, I mean, even more down here. That's just the bottom. Y'all ain't breathing like this now. Hey, you gonna be breathing like this? Is you doing something? You gotta be take yourself and put yourself back here in our time, and then look at what you doing, and just try to see. You know, y'all done seen enough of this shit. Y'all done seen enough of these pedigrees. Y'all should be down there deep enough to know the difference. You know what I'm saying? Got 11 something. Cut it on down. That was a good night. We talked about some mouth. I mean, I think we showed some pretty good dogs when it come to mouth. I wanted to find that Gabe Jr. dog, that Gabe dog that he was talking about, that Tojo dog, the Rojo dog. He called him out. He wanted to duck that. No. Oh, what's his name? So Jack put the ultimatum down. Any questions, my peoples?
Big shout out to my man Magic 2019. He said, would you buy a dog without papers?
If I knew how he was really bred. If I knew how he was really bred. You know, period. I gotta know how he's really bred. You know, I know dogs out there that don't have papers, but you know how they bred. You know, and you just go on that in itself. You know, just because you got papers, I ain't mean the dog is really bred like that anyway, based on some of the shit that we hear. But if it has a combination or a consistency to it, then this is what I'm dealt with. This is what I'm going to use. I'm not going to, come back and talk that shit to me later. But I guarantee you, if you're talking the shit about it, guess what's happening 9 times out of 10? That dog is a champion or a registered male. What difference does it make? The dogs that we talking about this bred all funny and shit and don't really know how they bred. But one thing we know for damn sure, they're relevant enough to talk about because that means they're a champion or a registered male. That's number one. Number two, it has nothing to do with the papers. It has everything to do with the dog. So we also how that motherfucker bred. I'm going to breed it like this. Just use the papers and what I'm using and take it like that. You know, as long as this dog is showing consistency, if it ain't going to match up, guess what? When we go to cross this shit up and mix it up, guess what? We might make it even better. You know, remember a lot of that shit that we know Maurice Carver did not know. And if he knew, he didn't want us to know, but does it matter? No. I mean, y'all knew the damn rascal came across the border. Going through Maurice's hands, shit. We never heard about Honey Bunch's litter mate. Yeah, those are things that, it's part of history, but, the thing about it is, would we be talking about it if these dogs weren't shit? So papers or no papers, does it matter now? We're going to go on what the papers say. Give a damn about all that other shit. This is what we got to work with. Now, guess what? The only reason we talking about it because it's worth talking about.
Like you said, Honey Bunch, bred the way it
You
should be
know,
bred.
everybody, like they said, numbers didn't add up. Goddamn, Bully son been dead. He has got Honey Bunch. Come on, y'all. How y'all doing this?
Does the paper really matter? Even if you did have papers, hell no.
It didn't really matter. Honey Bunch is still sitting on top of that list. A list that nobody's taking her down from yet. So, hey, doesn't matter. Now, when it comes to buying a dog, I need to know at least how the dog is bred. I'm sorry. I wouldn't give a damn. You got to go back there and make up some shit. When this bitch turn out to be the shit, I'm going to have something coming from you. Whether you the one end up being a liar, not me, but you're going to give me something. I prefer registration, but if you don't got that, you're going to give me pedigree. And my boy T.O., he bred a lot of damn dogs. And I'm telling you, he's like the Earl Tudor to me. Because he got a lot of dogs, different lines that he puts his hands on them and he just knows how to put those champions together. Like I said, there's a whole nother line out there. I think the man got about 3 or 4 lines that I can run through and show you the champions that he's created, including ours. A whole line of dogs. The breedings that he has made and just given to people like us closest to him. And we have went out there and made lines off of it. Screaming Demon dogs, the Going Hard dogs. And we got the new ones. What's the older ones? The Revenge. Those Revenge dogs. Great dogs. Those are just lines of dogs. This guy has a lot to input in. That these dogs just turned out to be great dogs. And I don't think he ever really, if you just tell him this is the way the dog is bred, you know what I'm saying? His expectations is he expects to see what he's supposed to know. And if you're telling me this is how this dog is bred, then he's supposed to know this is how this dog is bred. And he was real picky. There was no room for any delays or anything going left where he was getting rid of shit. I mean, he get rid of shit quick. He didn't like cold bitches. He didn't like everything must be tested. Everything must be tested. Don't give a damn. I ain't breeding shit ain't tested. And that's why he has so many great dogs out there. And a lot of us was fortunate to get our hands on some of those dogs that made him champions. So he got a lot of champions. He got a lot of bloodline champion line dogs. He used to add up his shit on the dogs that he was connected to. He'd be up there with STP and as far as dogs that, you know, if we took the lines that he actually put together. You know, I didn't even say BJ and Charlie and them, the Satan dogs. There's another one. That's 4 lines that this man got it, then had his, you're going to find his fingerprints on. 4 lines of dogs that you're going to find his fingerprint on. All produced great dogs, champions, winners, rough-ass dogs. That tells you a lot about him. You know, he's one of them private guys. You know, he's been unanimous ever since I started this show. You know, and you're gonna always hear me talk about my KP because he is the guiding light to everything we've done. A lot of these other lines that were done. You know, one day maybe I'll be able to. He's gonna be in the book. That's for damn sure. How can he not be in our book? But all the great dogs that came through his hands, you know, that he had a connection to. BJ, Charlie, the same dogs we was talking about with Tyrone and them. Yeah, he had a lot to do with those dogs. Screaming Demon had a lot to do with those dogs. Going Hard dogs had a lot to do with those dogs. And this is Revenge shit was his latest project back in the day. You know, had a lot to do with those. Champion Boss Lady. Another great dog, had a litter mate. He didn't even like the breed. Dog came out with champion. You know, real picky though. But yeah, fellas, hope y'all enjoyed the evening. I like what Mr. Mason came up here and spoke on because again, it all leads back to the bloodlines, y'all. Y'all notice that? You know, and regardless of how we look at it, regardless of which way we go, what do we always see out of anything relevant about talking about? We see a formula. You know, and we have good dogs in the formula, not this wannabe shit. You know what I mean? These are good dogs. So my thing to you guys, when we take you back into these pedigrees and shit, we be hoping y'all come all the way in with us so y'all can like be standing there right in front of the blackboard seeing this whole thing formulate. So you can take that mindset that you have when you don't have to worry about nobody looking over your shoulder. You back here with us where it's safe at, and really look into that. Put yourself in our position. Put yourself in this chair. And see what we were doing. See what I be talking about with these other people and why these people, you know, were able to do that. You know, like I said, our champions and champions of today are on a different level of champions, you know, not taken away, but, you know, making a champion was hard back then, especially in the fast lane when all you did is look for the best so you can be the best. It really was about the hunger of competition. Nobody walks inside the box and climb over it with the expectations of losing. Nobody. I don't care how you're going to talk about this shit. There's nobody ever done that. Okay? I'm just going to let y'all know. So when y'all start trying to put down the man who with the loss, don't forget when that man stepped his ass over in that mug, he didn't have no intention on losing. You're not going to tell me he spent that money to put on that dog's head. And the 8 weeks it took, and the food and the care that he had to take in there and walk, and just think he's gonna get all that away. So you got to give respect to the losers, regardless of they big kennels or no kennels. You know, they just some guys that stepped in. Got to give them dudes they do respect, because without them, wouldn't none of this should be happening. You say there's a pick and choose game. Yeah, there's a pick and choose game. That's for sure. But guess what? At some point, you're gonna get the knock, and that's where it all lies in. You know, you get the right knock, and you don't jump on that knock, then everything about your shit you can never get away from, because, like me, stepping back into the game, seeing a lot of flaws that went untold. You know, I come right back in and start telling some shit and start putting in some empty gaps. Like Mason and so many other guys that just been on this show have filled in some gaps that you guys probably didn't know that got lost in history because everybody was shush. But it takes us old parts, you know, the ones that y'all don't like us talking like we talk because we don't give y'all enough credit type shit. But all we here to do is just give you guys the history. We feel sorry for you guys out here because it's real hard on you guys. And for all you backstreeters trying to stay alive, you know, you got the utmost respect coming from me because whether you step over that box and step out a loser or a winner, you're gonna always have my utmost respect. Just stay safe. And that's it for me, money.
Hey, fellas, I need your help. I need to get them thumbs up, thumbs up.
What happened to the damn questions? They don't never have no questions for me, man. What is wrong with Mike? Why can't I be like all the other podcasts? Why can't you guys talk to me? No, I'd be laughing about that shit. But I mean, I don't mind because I do a lot of talking on the screen. And I guess that's why everybody comes. You know, Mike has to remind me. You ain't never had a bunch of people want to talk to you. They just come to hear you. I know, but there'll be sometimes some inputs out there. You know, I forgot about Red Ruby too. I forgot about that 7-time winner, hard biting bitch, and what a day. You know, when we talking about hard biting, going hard, Kennels has some hard biting dogs. I'm gonna always put it on Grand Champion Ace. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it was Grand Champion Ace because Red Ace had a mouth. And she passed that shit down because everything that I knew had a mouth. And by the way, she had a little bit of that back end hard mouth type shit too, you know. So it did get passed down. So, you know, genetics plays a big part on what you're searching for, especially when you're searching as your litters get older. You know, dogs get older. How you gonna know what dog you got rid of? You know, it could have been the best dog in the litter. You just never know. Don't always be ready to jump on the hype. You know, the slow ones always turn out. Yellow Day was a badass dog, you know what I'm saying? Rat came in crazy, Little Mayday came in crazy. Just some dogs, they just come in like that, you know? But then there's some dogs that just had to grow, like Buck Rogers, the 2 yellow dogs in the Mayday Stone City breed, and 2 yellow blonde dogs was the quietest dogs in the litter. Even though they banged, they wasn't nothing like them other crazy ass dogs. Them other ones was all out crazy. But as they got older, guess which ones got the name? Baby Register, Merritt, and Buck Rogers. So they turned out to be the better dog. You see what I'm saying? A little wasn't quick as the rest of them. You know, maybe not as fortunate as the rest of them, but they were the ones that produced and did their thing. Okay, Mike. Mike looking for something, guys. Give him a minute. You want to make sure he got everything. Somebody said something, I'm looking.
Maybe I want to go back far enough. But my man went in, made a comment about Michael Myers dogs. Because I guess he got a granddaughter of Michael Myers and the Virgil shit, and telling him it's still alive. And we did discuss that back around the early weeks, week 13 or show number 10.
Mm.
Couldn't find what the question was. He was
Well, we're going to look into the Michael Myers dog because remember, all we're going to say is this right here. We don't know nothing about Michael Myers, but remember we said the same thing about Mayday. You know,
Nebraska.
we know, I mean, yeah, I know Nebraska Pat had him. Brick City, right. Nebraska Pat had him before Buck City had him.
Everybody always asking Buck City about Michael Myers.
Well, Buck City is not the one that made him a champion. But Michael Myers was a champion when Nebraska Pat had him. You know, and there's boys in I know that he was known in Detroit. And, you know, my word from was that he's a 3-time winner. Now, whether he is or not, My thing is, guess what? Does it even matter? He's champion Michael Myers out here. Now, if he's anything that he's supposed to be, guess what? Then he should be able to produce himself. That's how I look at it. Damn him. We'll know when we start looking at what's coming off of him. And based on what I know, y'all better watch that shit. Okay. Oh, but boy, Winky, she's in the Ohio Dog Pound, got her. That's another one of our proteges. One of the dudes that we bought in, raised up. Shit. We're going, I'll take y'all into a ride into the Michael Myers world. Michael Myers is not, I mean, y'all can say what you want about his championship, but can he produce what he is? Whatever he's producing, if he wasn't the champion that they claim he is, then we shouldn't be able to get shit out of him, right? So let's see. You know, based on what I'm seeing shit coming out of him is pretty damn good. You know? So, I don't know. That's the best way to find that out. Who got Michael Myers in their line? You know, do you got a decent dog? Again, take your shit and jump into my world and come back here with your shit so we can be free to talk about your shit. I don't like talking about y'all shit in the now. I need to gather that shit up there and bring these conversations back in our time and let's do a little analyzation. Man, we can analyze and figure a lot of this shit out on our own. Don't even have to be standing there to see it, but we can see it, you know, for what it is. So we just bring it in there and take it back here in our time and let's dissect and let's see what the deal is with this Michael Myers dog on Friday's show. How about that?
Hey, appreciate that, fella. Now get me some more thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give some damn roses,
My people!
roses,
My people!
give me them damn roses.
Get a man them damn roses. Hurry up, please. Just put your thumb on the thing and just hold it. Yeah, bunch of damn roses. That's what we need. And we need the love from y'all guys in the continuing showing support. We love you too. Guys, sorry I'll be coming in late, man, but you understand, you know, when you got some shit, you know, you have to wait till it get dark to do. You know what I'm saying? I got to move around at night. You can't just take your dog out while everybody trying to get off at work. You know, I got them, you know, mountain walls, you know, and they don't do no leash shit. So they don't, you know, we don't want to be on no busy street trying to take them out for a little run. They can't even enjoy themselves because they steady trying to stay away from the unfriendlies. You know, you can't have them around a bunch of people. You know, they go in alert mode. They get too crowded and busy around them. So I like to see them relaxed and not on alert. And, you know, just go out and take a shit and a piss and a run around. Enjoy yourself. Get a little tired, then I'll take them home. So I'll be a little late trying to get things going because it's always late.
Yeah.
They have to get done. They still my dog. They have to take care of it.
All right, fellas, as y'all notice, you notice we didn't get a chance to go in, but no, actually, we didn't see much of Boils or Bolio when we start talking about hard-mouthed dogs. I'm gonna tell you why. Because Eli dogs, Kobe dogs have always known to be hard-mouthed dogs. Now the thing is being able to cross them and still maintain that hard mouth. I'm trying to tell you, that's what, if you looked at what we showed you tonight, there was all kinds of ways they was crossing that shit. And as I said earlier, they was trying to get rid of the time clock. Everybody was working on the time clock. Everybody was trying to save the mouth, but get rid of the clock.
Mm-hmm. Coach is a good example of a Bulls dog without they got rid of the clock and kept them out.
Yeah. It was a good cross. I mean, but this is more of a, yeah. But
That was Newman's buck. That's not a boy. He's Boyle's dog, but he's a Boyle. He's not a Boyle's brand.
Right. He's a Boyle's.
Andy Cap and Karina Hart and Kunter, they're not Boyle's brand dogs. They're not Ronnie Boyle's dogs. They are Boyle's, the Boyle's line, not the brand.
So, but, you know, as far as the dogs we was showing you, these was dogs that was known to have terrible mouths. I mean, they put their mouth on your ass. You had something to deal with. And trying to keep, for me, and I got Mo here now, the hardest thing to keep is the mouth when you start crossing shit. You know, not everybody was as fortunate as us when it came down to trying to keep the mouth. You know, because we was bringing the mouth long before we was bringing the intensity from the Mayday shit. We was already coming with mouth long before we got into the damn Mayday dogs. We was already holding on to some terrible mouth. Remember when we had Eli dogs, we had some motherfucking mouth on the yard. So trying to maintain that and bring the other shit. Remember what made us get away from the Eli dogs? Well, we tell you what made us get away from the Eli dogs. It wasn't even the clock. It was the talent that we bought in when we put a red boy dog on the yard.
Judo never he fell short because he came from some real great shit.
Yeah, but he was that Molly B. Snooty cross.
But, you know, Blood and them was not no bad dogs. They just didn't have the talent.
Right.
You know, they had to kill them. But that red boy was something different.
Yeah. They had that down, and that guy, that goddamn mouth of blood and BA couldn't do nothing.
With that game, man.
When you got something eating your ass, just
don't mind getting bit. He just gonna hold on and frustrate the shit out of you. And before you know it, he gonna be coming up on top, saying my turn.
My turn.
It's still there for something to give, and you ain't got shit left to give. That's what makes those dogs dangerous.
That was that next level shit. You could withstand all that mouth. Now my turn come. Whoa.
That's how the game was built, man. That's what we did with our dogs. You know, we look for those kind of sectors in the game, you know, and that's what the game was really about. That's what the game was built on. Competition. You know, if you want a hard mouth, best way, you putting him on your shit, breaking up your yard. Hell no, you take that, put his ass out there. Let somebody else answer that question for you. Just don't put a lot on his head. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that really proves by the time you go to number 2, you was convinced. Once you see him win number 1, oh, you be convinced. Then you just want something even better. So you can be ready for 3. If he looks even better by the time you get to 3, you got this golden light in your eyes saying grand champion. And that's why you see so many of them take the dive. Some of them make it, some of them don't. But it's still the challenge, man, that makes it all the worth. The wild. To continue paying attention and seeing it. So I'm going to leave it right there.
And one thing y'all guys noticed, as a lot of the dogs that we were showing y'all tonight and some of the places that we went, none of these guys were breeders.
Not a one of them. Not a one of these dudes was breeders. They was dog men trying to build their yard.
Exactly. Everybody was building their yard. And if you notice some of the names, they all kind of looked familiar. And they really wasn't selling shit. So that's why a lot of the dogs, you know, they didn't get those big popular names because they wasn't selling them. So, but it didn't stop the activity because the dogs, as you've seen, they became great dogs. What made them great dogs? Them CHs and them GRs or them ROMs or them PORs is what made us even be talking about them today. Because if it don't be for that shit, we still wouldn't know who the hell it was.
I'd rather breed to the father of a champion than this champion himself. Especially if he didn't produce more than one champion.
Yeah.
I'm trying to breed to the father of that shit.
He's guaranteed to produce.
He's already showing he can Dude, why go take a chance with a son off of it's a champion? When you don't know if he can produce like his daddy? You know, I'll breed to any champion with the possibilities, but you don't put the damn daddy in front of me, because I'm going to run to the daddy first. Daddy produced him. He produced me a couple of those. I'm going to try that first before I go fucking with the son, because he's a champion or not. If the daddy's around, breed to the side of the champion. Got a better chance because you know he produced.
No, he produced.
So that's for you smart asses that don't understand anything. That's one for you to understand.
Okay, y'all. So again, we're gonna be back here Friday for Hot Mic Friday. I hope everybody learned something today. I'm actually hoping, because again, when you start talking about a certain issue like mouth, everybody has their certain opinions about everything. But this is just our opinion, and we're just giving you how other people did it. Because one thing for damn sure, everything we showed you tonight is history. It's already been etched in stone. Can't change nothing. But one damn thing for sure, you got a chance to see the results of what it looked like, how they was able to keep that mouth when it even came to those outcrosses. And you seen some damn good outcrosses. But one thing they all had in common, that goddamn Eli. Cause I still don't think there's a better goddamn line of dogs out there who got a better mouth to do by back. I mean, throughout history, it's been a proven fact, right? You know, and I'm just saying, y'all might think you see it some another way, but I think we looked at a lot of dogs tonight.
I don't give a damn. Your mouth ain't worth a shit if you can't finish.
Yo, that's another thing. I spoke on that earlier. Because remember, that's what turned you off about Destiny. All that mouth. You couldn't finish this bit. What? Oh, we had enough Eli shit to, man, y'all don't even want to hear him. Y'all probably hear our stories, but, you know, we just ain't get into all of them. I mean, he ain't never really pulled up Crybaby and Bosco and I mean, there's so many back there that were great dogs, man, that we had to get up over that hump, man. Great dogs. But we still, in our early years, had to get up over a hump that we knew was there. Then our problems were no different than everybody else's problems. Trust me. And still, look back at the people we are learning from. M, Mau Mau, Roadblock. Remember, them guys was there. I mean, Ohio Cash, Abraham. Remember, they was there long before the Southern Kennels and Stone City and
right,
you know,
hardcore
and hardcore and them. They was later. All them other ones, they came after we got done. You know, we got our schooling from the big boys. So our learning process, it changed because we had to change with times. And y'all seen what that change with times looked at like. Devastating. Devastating.
Now you bring Jeep in this motherfucker. I'm trying his ass. Okay?
Damn right. You know, but that was the ride. And we just want to make sure y'all understand the process and the ride. And you can look for yourself. We wasn't playing with no bullshit. And we still had to learn and get our heads knocked. Maybe not as much as some of y'all, but then y'all didn't have the tools that we had, the on-hand experience that we had the chance to, you know, grow up in. But again, that's why y'all come to the show. Everybody's got their way of how they did shit. We just want to show you ours because I think there's nothing better than receipts. Can't change nothing back there. It is what it is. But it's time to make your own damn receipts. If you listen to what we're saying, do what you already done. Stick to that. Make your shit on your own yard. quick trying to get out here and think that you're gonna just up and have some shit, keep in mind that everything we was trying to show you tonight and wasn't none of them breeders. Why you think they had so many great dogs? Because they kept their shit on the yard and kept doing it. Maybe that's the key. Because I think that's what we did. I don't never consider ourselves as breeders. We had puppies, but then we had a bunch of dogs on the yard too, because we were trying to keep everything. Everything. So, times is a little different now, but we can't talk about the now. That's why we're talking about the then. We're trying to get you back into what it takes to create great dogs. And not saying it's impossible, but you got to have somewhere to reference, and that's what we're giving you. So I appreciate everybody for showing up. Appreciate everybody. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Mo, who's your dog of the night, man?
Let's see.
Dog of the night. The man.
It's a hard biting shit.
Some hard biting shit right here, fellas. And we'll see y'all Friday. And don't remember, man, we always.
Don't forget that, y'all. Don't ever forget me standing here telling y'all about that part right there, because we're out the mouth. No mean shit. With the mouth, make sure you always get that thing.
Better always.
Better always. Make sure. Make sure so they can see, no, I just don't have mouth. I just don't have mouth. I always.
I mean, he said it. We always scratch the wind. I know what's up.
Yeah.
Damn all that other
We
shit.
want to come get that bag. We just don't want to beat it up. We
No,
come
man.
get it.
Nah, I'm going to beat it up and still come get it.
We want to come and get
We
it
doing this all night.
all day.
No questions asked. I'm out.
See y'all Friday.
Deuces.